What a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. It has been an impressive red ball home season for the West Indies. Launched with Test Series success over Sri Lanka in Antigua. And last week in South Trinidad, they went 1-0 up in their latest rubber with a clinical win over Pakistan. Half centuries from Kavem Hodge and Shea Hope built a first innings platform. And just when the visitors were gaining the edge, Justin Graves turned the tide with a maiden 5-wicket haul. And the Windies seamers start again in the second innings, with Jaden Seals leading the way with 5 of his own to topple Pakistan. West Indies 1-up in this 2-test match series, and the action has moved to the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad, for the second and final test between West Indies and Pakistan. There was a slight drizzle earlier as the teams arrived. Ruston Chase hoping to lead his troops to a series win. Brandon King will be hoping to regain his best form. They've had a little bit of rest in between test matches. And Darren Sammy is always in good spirits. Mohammad Rizwan needs some runs. Will Sajid Khan get a run in this test match? Babar Azam showed his class in the second innings in Tarouba, South Trinidad. Can he show it here again at the Oval? Starting to clear up nicely. We hope that the sun will break out in its full glory. Shan Masood was running around the ground yesterday. He's out of this test match. The ground staff have been working hard, but we can officially bring you up to date with the news that the toss has been delayed. It was supposed to have taken place a couple of minutes ago at 9:30 a.m. local time. It has been moved to 9:45 a.m. local time with a view to starting play at 10:15 a.m. weather permitting, local time as always. So just about 12 or 13 minutes before the toss takes place. I believe that's gone down to the west of us, or will eventually move in that direction. So all of that is good news. Players go through their routines. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with more news for you not too long from now. Don't move a stitch. That is absolutely perfect.
Talking on R1. 1, 2, 3, 4. R1 check, R1 check, R1 check. Talking on R1, nothing yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, nothing on PA, nothing on PA. 1, 2, 1. Nothing on PA. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's now coming up. 1, 2, 3, 4. A bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that'll do. Thank you. Yeah, it's out here. It's
I just need about 10 seconds, really.
Once again, toss at 9:45, start of play 10:15.
I'm not hearing anything else, so just keep me on. Or, unless there's nothing being said at the moment. Yes, yes. Yes, I'm hearing. I'm hearing. We don't need 115, but let's go. We've gone from the newest test venue in the West Indies to one that has hosted the most test matches, South Trinidad to North Trinidad. At the moment, it's very hot and humid. I'm looking towards the east. We had some early morning showers just before the start of play, which has resulted in a delay. But as for the surface itself, there isn't a blade of grass. As I look down the length of this surface, it's very, very bare. There are some fissures around. It sort of has a mosaic underlay. And I think that as the sun beats down on this for the duration of the test match, it's going to crack quite significantly. So the spinners might come into play. It has a historical advantage to spin this venue, but quite recently the West Indies, they've relied heavily on their fast bowling battery. It remains to be seen how this pitch will play as we go deeper into the test match, but test match cricket first day, there is always something in it in that first session because of the preparatory moisture and because of that new ball. I suspect that batters will have to assess these conditions quite keenly. They'll have to really rely on their defenses and find ways to score. Again, we'll keep an eye on the rainfall during the course of the day and the test match. Fingers crossed, we have good weather and we have an entertaining match on our hands.
start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. It has been an impressive red ball home season for the West Indies. Launched with Test Series success over Sri Lanka in Antigua. And last week in South Trinidad, they went 1-0 up in their latest rubber with a clinical win over Pakistan. Half centuries from Kavem Hodge and Shea Hope built a first innings platform. And just when the visitors were gaining the edge, Justin Graves turned the tide with a maiden 5-wicket haul. And the Windies seamers start again in the second innings, with Jaden Seals leading the way with 5 of his own to topple Pakistan. And we come to the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad, for the second and final test of this 2-test series between West Indies and Pakistan. West Indies one up in this series by virtue of winning in Tarouba, South Trinidad at Brian Lara Cricket Academy, so they are well placed. We had some inclement weather this morning, and the toss was delayed by 15 minutes, but Roston Chase will be hoping the sun shines on them on Kemar Road. Brandon King will be hoping to find his best touch, and Shea Hope will hopefully, no pun intended, be feeling rested. For Pakistan, they will be going all out to try to win this. Sajid Khan, will he get a game? Immanuel Haq needs to find his best form, and Babar Azam was very good in the 4th innings in South Trinidad in that first test with a controlled half-century. So we welcome you to the Queen's Park Oval, test match number 64 at this historic venue. More test matches at this venue than any other ground in the Caribbean, dating back to 1930. Let's review, though, the test match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where the West Indies won that test match 3-11 in their first innings, having chosen to bat first 282 to Pakistan. And then West Indies bowled out for 181. Mohammad Abbas with 5 for 22. And Pakistan bowled out in response to 420, chasing 211. So West Indies by 90 runs on the birthday of the late Right Excellent Sir Garfield Sobers. Sun is beaming down here at the Queen's Park Oval now, and I know a lot of people around the world are anticipating this test match highly, so we are ready now to get out to the middle for the toss with Samuel Badgery.
The early morning showers have dissipated, and we have brilliant sunshine at the moment. Fingers crossed we'll continue to have that. The captains are out in the middle. Roston Chase, captain of the West Indies. Babar Azam, captain of Pakistan. And Mr. Jeff Crow, the match referee, will oversee the toss. Roston, you've got the coin. Why don't you give it a flick?
Tail.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's a head. Roston, you've won the toss. What are you going to do first and why?
Yeah, we're going to bat first. The wicket looks like a good wicket. It looks pretty hard, so we're going to take first use.
You mentioned in an interview about trying to make the West Indies a fortress again. You are 1-0 up. What are you looking at specifically in this game to trend in that direction?
Well, I just want the guys to follow the processes that we've been going through for the last 3 games, and all the plans that we've made, just for the guys to come out and execute them and be as patient as possible. I think that once we be patient, things will happen for us.
History suggests spin on this surface. Recent form suggests pace. How have you read the conditions in terms of your combination?
We're going with the same combination, so if it is pacer friendly, we have pacers, and if it's spin friendly, we have spinners as well.
Thank you, Roston. All the very best.
Thanks.
Baba, if you can just make your way here. In terms of your reading of these conditions, what would you have done?
Honestly, we have a bat first, but yes, toss is no your hand, but we are trying to do a good spell in the first innings and utilize that things.
You are 1-0 down. The onus is on Pakistan. Haven't lost a test series against the West Indies in some 26 years now. What's been the messaging in your team?
Message is always positive. We just believe on yourself and a little bit step up as a team. execute your plan and believe on yourself.
Number 3 batsman is not here. Shan Masood injured. He was the pillar in that first test. How do you rejig that batting lineup?
Yeah, we have a couple of changes because of the conditions. Yeah, Abdullah Shafiq coming for Shan, and we have 4 changes, 2 debutants.
A couple debutants in there. In terms of what you need to do in this test match to withstand that strong West Indian team, what do you need to do?
More competitive cricket, not fall wickets and in the patches. We need to good partnerships and same thing in the bowling.
No Mohammad Abbas leading wicket for you guys in the series. Is he not in the 11? Why is that?
No, I told you that because of the conditions, the condition demand is different. So the condition is like different. So I put one spinner on.
Understood. Thank you very much and all the best,
Thank you.
Baba. There you have it, folks. The news from out in the middle. West Indies, they've won the toss and they're going to bat first.
Thank you very much to Samuel Badri, Stacey Ann King and Carlos Brathwaite alongside me. Stacey, let me come to you. Is that the correct choice on winning the toss?
Yeah, I definitely think so. It's something that they would have done really well last time around, the West Indies, and winning the toss once again, it's almost as though you're in control of your fate during the first innings. So I think it's really good for them in terms of win the toss, put a score on the board, and then allow your bowlers to defend it.
Carlos, as I say good morning to you, a lot has happened since the end of the last test match. The Barbadian guys, including yourself, returned home for that unfortunate ceremony to state ceremony for Sir Garfield Sobers, and then you have inactivity, practice day, inactivity yesterday. How do these teams approach this game?
I think good leadership allows you to realize that it's more mental for a team that has spent the whole summer from country to country, format to format. It really doesn't change that much. You assess the conditions. There'll be different conditions here than Taruba, but I think those 3 days are more about refreshing the mind more so than hitting extra balls. So I actually was glad to hear that there was some time off for the Barbadian boys. They had some miles in the legs, but some good photos on private jet life. I've never had private jet life. I flew commercial, just saying. But
nothing is wrong with commercial.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister ensured that the boys made it, and they made it comfortably, and they're back to represent the West Indies, and I'm sure to represent them with pride and seal a series win.
Big loss, though, for Pakistan, Shan Masood, and his injury. He is out of this test match. He scored 100, and partly with that injured hand in that first test, in the first innings for Pakistan up at Taruba, and he played exceptionally well. We wish Shan quick healing because they've got an England tour not too long from now, and being the former captain, he will have a big part to play in that, he hopes. Let's find out about the conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval with Samuel Badger.
We've gone from the newest test venue in the West Indies to one that has hosted the most test matches, South Trinidad to North Trinidad. At the moment, it's very hot and humid. I'm looking towards the east. We had some early morning showers just before the start of play, which has resulted in a delay. But as for the surface itself, there isn't a blade of grass. As I look down the length of this surface, it's very, very bare. There are some fissures around. It sort of has a mosaic underlay. And I think that as the sun beats down on this for the duration of the test match, it's going to crack quite significantly. So the spinners might come into play. It has a historical advantage to spin this venue, but quite recently the West Indies, they've relied heavily on their fast bowling battery. It remains to be seen how this pitch will play as we go deeper into the test match, but test match cricket first day, there is always something in it in that first session because of the preparatory moisture and because of that new ball. I suspect that batters will have to assess these conditions quite keenly. They'll have to really rely on their defenses and find ways to score. Again, we'll keep an eye on the rainfall during the course of the day and the test match. Fingers crossed, we have good weather and we have an entertaining match on our hands.
And not a blade of grass to be found, live grass on the surface. Carlos Brathwaite, in response to Samuel Badri's pitch report there, West Indies choosing to bat first. See some reverse swing later in this test or not?
I'm hoping. I think everyone expected a seamer to be dropped, but on form and the combination that the West Indies team have in the seam bowling, I can't see where you get another spinner in. So you are hoping then with the seamers that if it gets a bit drier, as you said, not a blade of grass, can we see Shamara Joseph hooping it back late on day 3 potentially. So yeah, it's setting up to be a nice test match. You can see the batsmen come to the fore, you'll see a little bit more spin, and we can see the battery pace that we enjoyed at South Trinidad.
All right, let's get to someone who crunches the numbers for the West Indies in their dressing room. A little bit of a feature on one of the main men behind the scene.
Hi, my name is Avinir Sitaram, and my job is turning cricket's biggest spreadsheet into a winning strategy. It's not data analyst, it's performance analyst, because it's more an overall encompassing role where you have, yes, data coming in, but you also analyze current performance, expected performance, and use all those trends to formulate plans for yourself, your team to get better, but also opposition plans, dismissal plans, things like that. So it's not just one aspect you're looking at in terms of data, it's a holistic picture. You see in modern cricket where fast bowlers immediately go around the wicket. You would have seen it in the first test match where our boys go immediately around the wicket to left-hander. It's because that's data-driven again, where they see that vulnerability early on, and we try to exploit those things. So it's about looking for every aspect that you could get that advantage in modern day sport. You'd hear Darren Sammy say it all the time, that Avi is his right-hand man, because we work very closely. In fact, he would call me all hours of the night just trying to pick brain about something. That challenge about taking all the data that we have, the coach works with what he wants presented to the players. Of course, you can't bombard them with all the information, but it's about presenting it to them in an easily digestible manner where they understand it and they could take that information now and go onto the field and execute those plans that we have. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges of a performance analyst, getting all that data and then compressing it into that digestible form for players to understand and implement. You would see sometimes players run and point to the dressing room because this is something that we would have discussed, put things in place, and it came to fruition. And that to me is one of the biggest joys that I have as an analyst, to see it come to pass on the field. I think preparation in anything in life, to be honest with you, once you prepare well, you assure yourself that you're going to do your best, and that's as much as we could do. And that knowledge of being fully prepared is what gives our guys that confidence to go forward.
Quite insightful from Avinash there and his role within the team. Stacey Ann King, your thoughts on the West Indies 11?
Yeah, I thought all eyes were going to be on the captain, Ruston Chase, as to his injury. Would he be out there? Would he lead the team? As well as Warrican. Well, it's an unchanged 11 for West Indies. Chanda Paul and King, a little bit more will be expected from them. The middle order has been good, but again, just a little bit of work to do for the top. The bowlers, on the other hand, well, we'll see them at one point or the other, but they have been impressive.
Carlos, give me your thoughts on the numerous Pakistan changes.
Yeah, Sajid for me is the standout inclusion. Standout exclusion will be Mohammed Abbas. Ubaid Shah, we asked for a little bit of a point of difference, and they'd hope that he would add that. So him and Muhammad Ali would be the pace stocks, and then they've reinforced the spin stocks with Sajid along with Ali Usman. Abdullah Shafiq is someone I've been watching with a close eye since I played with him in the PSL. He has so much to offer, and today is the perfect time to do it.
Yeah, here at the Queen's Park Oval, and glorious sunshine in Pakistan have made 4 changes to their squad, including a couple of debutants. 26-year-old Zafar got a half century here in the warm-up game, 264th Test match player to represent Pakistan, and a proud day for him, having journeyed in first-class cricket. And Ubaid Shah, the youngest of the Shah brothers, Nazim and Hunain, will be making his Test debut after a couple of very impressive domestic tournaments and, of course, an Under-19 World Cup in which he did very well for Pakistan a couple of seasons ago. So great to see. And West Indies batting first. Carlos, let me come back to you and bounce this off you again. With the opening batters, we talked a lot about Tej Narayan Chanderpaul and Brandon King. What do you want to see from them here?
Tempo. For Shiv, for Tej Chanderpaul, it's more about how can you put the bowlers under pressure, not by scoring boundaries, but ticking off more singles, more twos, a little bit more intent. For Brandon King, it is one game more now since your white ball exploits. Can you let that ball come under your eyes? Be expressive with your drives, but let the ball come a little bit more, you know, back in the Test arena. And if they can get a good opening stand, it sets up that middle order nicely.
Quickly, Stacey, and for Pakistan, they brought in the extra spinner. We didn't see a lot of the spin up in Taruba. More here, we suspect.
Yeah, I think, and it just goes basically with history and the historic events with spin on the surface. So bringing in the extra spinner because they aren't fully sure just yet, but they are a team that are searching for a victory, and they've made those changes in order to sort of help booster that lineup.
It is all to play for, as we say. Thank you very much to Carlos and Stacey Ann. Babar Azam reinforcing his final words. He batted well, as I said, in the final innings of the first Test match. He'll be hoping when the time comes he can reproduce that. On the other side of this short break, we'll be closer to live action.
That is absolutely perfect.
What a start.
That is top class.
That's power. Pure power.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
It has been an impressive red ball home season for the West Indies. Launched with Test Series success over Sri Lanka in Antigua. And last week in South Trinidad, they went 1-0 up in their latest rubber with a clinical win over Pakistan. Half centuries from Kavem Hodge and Shea Hope built a first innings platform. And just when the visitors were gaining the edge, Justin Graves turned the tide with a maiden 5-wicket haul. And the Windies seamers start again in the second innings, with Jaden Seals leading the way with 5 of his own to topple Pakistan. We are here at the Queen's Park Oval, day 1 action of this second and final test between the West Indies and Pakistan. 64 test matches now here at this historic Queen's Park Oval venue. A little while ago, the coin fell again in favour of Ruston Chase, who again chose to bat on a pitch that is devoid of any live grass whatsoever. Ali Richards is alongside me to give his thoughts on this West Indies team for this encounter.
Obviously an unchanged team here for the West Indies, but I expect Warrican and maybe even Chase to do a lot more bowling than we saw in that previous test match. Only 32 overs of spin in Taruba. I expect a lot more here in the Queen's Park Oval.
4 changes for Pakistan. Ubaid Shah, the youngest of the Shah brothers, is in. Sajid Khan, the off-spinner, has come in and he did some sterling work against the West Indies last year in Pakistan. A test match debut for Awais Zafar, and Abdullah Shafiq is back in as well. Zafar, who got a half century here in the warm-up game, as we call it, will be hoping that familiar conditions will bring the best out of the 26-year-old on test match debut. It'll be a challenge for Ubaid Shah. Surprisingly, no Mohammad Abbas, who presents him with his cap. The youngest of the Shah brothers, Naseem and Unain, the older brothers. A proud day in that family, but he'll be hoping that he can generate some pace and inspire 1 or 2 around the ground. Ruston Chase had his say a couple of days before this test match began.
Yeah, we're very confident. We're exactly where we want to be. After having the year last year, we sat down, we planned and said that this is where we want to be. And as I said, we're exactly where we want to be. We want to up, so we want to just come into this second test, not take anything for granted, just go through the processes that we sit down and talk about, the plans that we talk about. We want to come and execute them to the best of our ability and look to get that second victory.
Jaden Seals has helped the West Indies to the test match win in this first test match of 2.
Yeah, we're very, very blessed and very happy for the results that we've been having at home so far, but I want to make home our fortress, where we make it very difficult for teams to come to the Caribbean and beat us, because it's our own conditions. We know them inside out and better than the opposition. So I think we want to really make home advantage count, and we've been doing that well so far. So as I said, we're looking to continue the vein of form that we've been in and to take victory in this second game.
Historic Queen's Park Oval. The fans will dribble in. Hopefully it will build up as we go through. But they take Ryan Chandapal again will be opening the batting. Jamar Joseph on the right will await his turn when the ball comes around. He was critical with the bat in the first test match. West Indies did not train yesterday. It's been a custom of theirs over the last few series. They did have a full workout 2 days ago after the Barbadian contingent returned from the state funeral for the late Right Excellent Sir Garfield St. Albans Sobers. A little bit earlier, Ali Richards caught up with one of the key players for the West Indies in Shehu.
Heavy workload throughout, wicketkeeper, batsman in all formats. How's the body holding up going into this final test match?
Morning, firstly. It's one of those ones when you just got to put your mind towards your task, but your body's holding up for now.
And I saw, actually, I didn't know, but you had gone to the Sir Garfield Sobers funeral in Barbados, in between test matches. Tell us, what was that like as an experience?
Well, firstly, he's one of those players and persons who, first, he's a national hero for us, and you understand what that means to Barbadian people. So it's very important for us as Bajan players who represent the West Indies to go and say a farewell, to the great man. But great experience. Obviously, it's not something that you want to see happening, but we still have to pay our respects to the great man.
And just looking forward here to this test match, West Indies looking for a first series win versus Pakistan since 2000, so it'll be 26 years. Just how confident are you going into this match that you can achieve that?
Well, every time you bring these stats, it's always a first for us. So that means we're doing something right from a West Indian perspective. Again, we just got to make sure we're doing the right things on the field. Focus on the execution. We understand the plannings. We understand what's required to get the job done. But as long as you don't execute, then you're going to find yourself playing catch-up.
And how has your personal preparation been this week for this test match?
As you said, I was home for a few days, so it's been a little bit challenging, but I think most of the preparation now these days is more mental rather than physical. Especially been playing for so many years now, and it's about understanding what's required in each moment. For me, depending on what conditions I'm playing in, I've usually played a lot of cricket here at the Oval, played a lot of cricket in the Caribbean. So I think the adaptation is going to be very important for us as individuals and as a team. But preparation is more so about what's required. I don't think it's necessarily how many balls you hit or how many balls you bowl, and just being ready for the moment.
Thanks a lot, Shay. Go well today.
Thank you.
Hoping that he's rested, mentally fresh after a few days off. But for Brandon King and Tejnarayan Chandapal, they'll be hoping to display their best form in the glorious sunshine as the crowd builds. We welcome you wherever you are in the world and around the region to the second and final test match between the West Indies and Pakistan. West Indies one up in this series. West Indies looking to win their first series against Pakistan since 2000. 64th test match to be played at this historic venue here in the region. More test matches than any other ground across the Caribbean chain. Pakistan have made 4 changes. There's no Mohammad Abbas. That's the big news, Mally Richards, as I say good morning to you. A delayed start by some 15 minutes for the toss because of inclement weather, but you'd never know by looking at this glorious Queen's Park Oval now.
It's Mohammad Abbas not in the 11 today, the best bowler for Pakistan last week and in Taruba. But different conditions here, not a blade of grass on this Queen's Park Oval pitch. Just the 2 seamers in Muhammad Ali and Ubaid Shah. Ubaid Shah on debut. Muhammad Ali was impressive in that test match. Bowled good areas, got the ball to move, is a constant threat. This opening pair, only managing a best of 13 so far, so they'll be hoping to better that. As I think Carlos Brathwaite was saying earlier, tempo absolutely key here, especially for Tej Chandapal. Interesting conditions. Love to see a bit more grass on this pitch. Not to beat. So far, a lot of what we've heard about this Pakistan 11 Quite surprising. Best bowler from the last test match not included. But they've gone for a bit of extra pace with Ubaid Shah, brother of Naseem Shah.
Muhammad Ali. A little bit of swing and Chandapal off the mark. West Indies off and running. Careful there, careful. It's a bit sandy down there. The camera from up above gives us a good shot of the barren areas and where there's little grass and sand. So be careful with the slide. Thankfully, he's okay.
A good start this for Chandapalo. Gets into a good position. That should give him a lot of confidence. Took him a long while to get off the mark in that previous test match. I think 20-something deliveries. We'll have a look at that. As you said, Bish has got to be careful about pulling out the dives on this turf at this moment. Still a bit of sand, still quite wet. Can be quite treacherous. The far on debut.
Indies unchanged for this encounter, as you would expect. Pakistan have made changes, 4 of them. They've read the conditions and they've decided that they wanted the extra spinner in Sajid Khan and they wanted extra pace as opposed to medium pace. Ubaid Shah replacing Muhammad Abbas. Awais Zafar is in, and Abdullah Shafiq with 5 test match hundreds at the top of, in the top order I should say, no Shan Masood. Running around the ground forever, Shan Masood, yesterday with his strapped finger, out of the test match, and hopefully he will heal for that England tour, which is getting underway beyond this trip. That finger there, well taped.
It's a massive miss this for Pakistan, not having Shan Masood in this 11. Historical innings in that previous test match. First 100 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Aiden Seals nipped one back from around the wicket, the impressive Seals, and he soldiered on, Shan, and he must be given credit for a lot of things, not least soldering on beyond that knock of the finger. That's a hairline fracture, they say. Someone needs to get 100 here. Conditions are placed for 100, whichever team in this test match.
Just looking at the pitch, I think this is a pitch that Pakistan would be more accustomed to in terms of subcontinent conditions. Not too much grass. You expect spin to play a major role. But they've made the changes that they thought will best suit these conditions. Dami Badri was saying earlier, almost mosaic with the cracks. Interesting to see if the sun really bakes on this pitch, whether those cracks will widen.
Three runs off the first over, 3 without loss. Abdullah Shafiq returns to the lineup, missed the first test match. Away Safar on debut. Sajid Khan, the off spinner, who can bat a bit as well. Started out his career actually as a batter, and he has that famous celebration whenever he has wicket-taking success. But for now, the spotlight is on Ubaid Shah. Had a couple of really good domestic seasons post the ICC Under-19 World Cup a couple of years ago, where he was Pakistan's leading wicket taker with 15 wickets. It looks as though it's one meant to be going across. It's Chandapal with the seam position.
This is good. This is really good from Chandapal. Tempo has been superb. He's just knocked that into the gap. So he's finding ways to rotate the strike here. Brings Brandon King onto strike for the first time today. That was a cap presentation earlier. Ubaid Shah, what a proud moment that is for him. Joining his brother in achieving international test honours. He'll be hoping to have quite a long and fruitful career.
Runs for Brandon King, just a push from the full length. First boundary of this test match to Brandon King.
So far it's looking quite an easy paced pitch. Just 1.2 overs in. There, another half volley. Doesn't have to overhit Brandon King, just used all the pace. Good sign for him is that he's played that very late. He's allowed that to come all the way in under his eyes. Look at that, good signs early.
Want to find out if there's any swing, but you also want to test the good length. Slip has been removed. Queen's Park Cricket Club pavilion named after the great man Brian Charles Lara. Just below that, the balcony named after one of the mentors of Lara in the early days, the late Joey Carew. Yep, good, very good. Might have brushed the shirt of the shoulder on the way through.
There's that bit of extra pace from Shah, only 131 Ks, but good bounce. Just catching Chandapal a bit by surprise. This is why he's been brought into this attack. Just to provide a bit of hurry up for these West Indian batters, just taking the shirt on the way through. Well played from Chandapal, dropping the hands.
Nine without loss.
brushing the shirt on the way through. With the extra pace from Shah. Decent start from him. On debut, remember.
We go up to 12:15 when we will have lunch, and then 12:55 to 2:55. Final session 3:15 to 5:15, light and weather permitting. Muhammad Ali, 6 wickets in the first test. A swing, good rotation of strike. Always enjoyed bowling here at the Queen's Park Oval, actually. Obviously my home ground, but in test matches, what I found back then was that the ball would swing, certainly at the start of a first day's play. And depending on the cloud cover as you go through the day, you would get a little bit of seam, a little bit of swing. But the nature of the surfaces here have changed a lot recently. The last 2 test matches against South Africa and India, drawn test matches impacted by rain, but also fairly lifeless. If you go back to read the reports, if you missed the action of the players, like Sir Kirtley Ambrose in particular, phenomenal record at this ground. Standing record, and obviously there in times past used to be some up and down bounce as you go through a test match. It has changed. Pakistan last played here in 1993. Excellent fast bowlers, in addition to 1 spinner here at this ground historically. Kirtley Ambrose, average of 13, made it his home. Courtney Walsh, not too far behind. Lance Gibbs, phenomenal former West Indies off-spinner, the late great Malcolm Marshall. And Sir Garfield Sobers, whether you decided that he bowled spin or pace, he probably bowled both here. Of Ambrose and Walsh heists here at the Queen's Park Oval back in the early 90s against England. Bowling them out for, I think, 46, and then Zimbabwe chasing 99. Bowled out for 63. Oh, for the days of yore. Well, I think West Indies have a bowling attack now that is starting to find its teeth.
Muhammad Ali's performance in that first test match. Brian Lara Cricket Academy, 4 wickets in that first innings. Graves the first to go. Fantastic delivery. Shamar was the second. This was a big wicket. Big wicket. The set batter in Shea Hope falling 8 runs short. And that one just too good for Jaden Seal. So a bit of pace, bit of movement. He'll be hoping to back up that performance here. The Queen's Park Oval. Slightly different conditions though.
Nice length, 11 without loss. Queen's Park Savannah in the background, where a lot of us, including myself, grew up playing our school cricket and our club cricket, where there were multiple matches that would go on during the week, and particularly on a weekend on Matin pitches, the horse racing track in days gone by in there, as well as a training track, sand track we called it. A nice view of Queen's Royal College, bottom left, bottom right I should say. One of the foremost institutions, very historical. Derek Murray, after whom the Players Gallery is named. Ubaid. In the gap, but that's extra pace and a little bit of lift. Just a few feet away perhaps from what could have been a first test wicket.
Pakistan just opting to be a little bit more defensive at this stage than I think they should be. Edge taken. Got to back your young charge here. Just the 2 slips. Extra pace. Forcing Chandapal into playing away from the body. But it doesn't quite go to hand. Scramble seam. 4 more. But you're seeing why this young man has been brought into this attack. Here.
Really call it about slips. I mentioned it last over the today bowl as well, that they relegated one of the slips out into the outfield. But I think you want to give him the best chance before the horse bowls rather than try to patch things up. He was too full initially, but once he's pulled his length back, we're seeing a little bit of pace and bounce. Could probably have taken out the cover, particularly against Chandapal, who's not a muscular driver. Good again from Ubaid Shah.
Good skills, just slightly fuller this time. Luring Chandapal onto that front foot. He's not at his most comfortable when he's coming forward, Chandapal. Look at this again, just playing slightly wide of that off stump, that bat face closing slightly just there. Got to be more cognizant of where that off stump is. We've seen him dismissed that fashion on quite a few occasions, just playing at deliveries he doesn't really have to.
One of the big things there, and that shows us that's good work from our guys downstairs. The bat in a defensive shot getting out in front and slightly skewing across the line. It's when he deliberately pulls the bat across the line. The previous shot look right of screen. So you want to let that ball come to you. This one is a leave.
Interesting that he gets so far across with that back foot, but yet still that front foot is still in line of the stumps. Gets very square indeed.
Well left, 15 without loss. Bit of swing again. Just listening to him speak in an interview earlier this year, he said it doesn't matter whether there's assistance in the pitch. He would term it an excuse. Pitches really shouldn't matter to the quick bowler. Find the length that works, find the line that works. was his belief, whatever the conditions underfoot.
Slightly handsy from Brandon King. Been a theme throughout his career. Just at times the hands get a bit too far outside in front of him. Pakistan have put a short catcher in an extra cover. It's been dismissed there on quite a few occasions, Brandon King.
Gully wanted to know why Imad didn't throw himself at it. He left it for Point. Point left it for Gully. In the end, they got one.
But Ali's been a bit more consistent with his line and lengths. Showed good skills once again. Good skills on show. He's got a fantastic wrist. Going to look to create angles at times. He's going to jump a bit wide of that crease. Pakistan have to make inroads here with this new ball. It's absolutely imperative. They lost the toss. West Indies opting to bat. Ideally, Pakistan would, with their combination, their 11, would have been hoping to possibly bowl last on this pitch.
Post the seam bowlers, they'll be looking towards their spin combination with Sajid Khan, who picked up 15 wickets against West Indies in Pakistan last year, admittedly on some significantly helpful slow bowling surfaces where Warrican got 19. He has a very unique celebration, Sajid, and he talks about it being mandatory for him in celebration of his hard work because he feels he's the one that gets drops quite often ever since youth level, even when he performs. Looking forward to seeing him. He partnered by Ali Usman, left arm spinner who played in that first test there, Sajid. He had Noman Ali partnering him, the left arm spinner who's not on this tour for a long time.
Key. West Indies last toured Pakistan. It was in January 2025. That was instrumental in Pakistan winning that first test match. 127-run victory.
Runs for Chandapal. Couple to end the over, 20 without loss.
The 5 overs completed. West Indies 20 without loss. Chandapal on 11. King on 8.
Former West Indies player, Jerry Gomez, the centre. Stallmeyer's played here. Kyron Pollard and Dwayne Bravo play here. Of course, Brian Lara. Still 2 slips. And the gully.
Best opening stand for this pair so far in this series. 20, good tempo from both batters. Chandapal in particular, 11 of 20. Finding ways to score. He's played and missed a couple occasions. Should take some confidence from the start here. Interesting conditions at times. The clouds just come over. Now the sun's out again. And Paul scored a half century in that warm-up game here at the Queen's Park Oval against this Pakistan lineup. Pakistan would be a lot more acclimatized to conditions here. Batted well over 200 overs in that warm-up match. But the combination, the 11, interesting 11 here.
No third slip again. No third slip. I think this is a bit poor from Babar Azam, to be quite honest with you. But the second time of Ubaid Shah.
Yeah, the young guy has to be supported. Yeah, he's clapping, he's encouraging him, but he's provided the deliveries, he's created a few opportunities, and just there, it'd have been a tough catch. Third slip probably would have to dive forward, but he's creating those opportunities, and still Babar Azam chooses not to plug that gap.
Putting it in now. Now. Waste now at third slip. Should go forward a bit too. Better deliveries. I still think that Ubaid Shah can hit the top of the stumps. Look to target the front pad and occasionally drag the length back to the back edge of a good length with that bounce that he gets. But don't forget to target the top of the stumps.
Been good from him though. The left-hand, right-hand combination hasn't proven to be too much of a challenge just yet. He's landing the ball, not two sides of the wicket. Landing the ball just on that off stump, maybe a tad bit short at times.
Pitches and Brandon King says thank you. Glorious shot.
The second boundary of the over to Brandon King. First one off the edge, this one a lot more convincing. Allowed that one to come in. Not too much foot movement, but it's a long half volley, just needed to find a gap. So far, timed the ball quite sweetly. That's his shot. That is Brandon King's shot. If he's playing that shot well, I'll give him a lot of confidence. Big gap there on the offside.
.28 without loss. Delayed start by 15 minutes because of inclement weather prior to the start of play. Keep an eye on the footmarks as they develop from the bowlers follow through as well. That's what the spinners will be looking at deep into this game. They're already apparent from Muhammad Ali's end and Ubaid Shah's end. As they follow through, that will become more significant, and the spinners left arm and right arm will be aiming for it. We heard Roston Chase say he might be able to bowl a few overs. Jamel Warrican would certainly be hoping that he can ply his trade a little bit more than he did in the first test. Two slips again, two slips and a gully. This is poor, it really is, from Pakistan, being too defensive early in the first half an hour. The third time it has flown through slip.
Surely, and Muhammad Ali has gone straight over to his skipper and he's asking him, why can't I have that extra slip fielder in? We've seen chances created from both ends. There again, Gully has tried to squeeze in a little bit to close that gap. But within 10 overs here on the first day, and yet Pakistan choosing to be a little more defensive than conditions than what they should be at this moment. A lot of talk going around, a lot of chatter in between the slips. Still opting for two slips and a gully.
Got to give yourself the best chance of attacking that first half an hour, regardless of what you see underfoot, regardless of what the pitch looks like. It's a new ball. You've got to look to attack first, and if a few boundaries flow, then you fill gaps. But you can't go defensive and hope that after the horse is bolted and 3 horses have flown out of the boat, to be quite honest, you put the third slip in now. That's reactive captaincy. I'm sorry.
Allowed Chandapal to get off to a start here as well. 15 off 23. He's found runs scoring or rotating the strike quite difficult throughout this series.
The Duke's ball that we play with here in the Caribbean offers, and Shannon Gabriel previously, when he had a magnificent series in 2017 here in the Caribbean. Kemar Roach loves it, Jaden Seals loves it, compared to one or two other. It gives you something very early and for a little bit longer than one or two other brands. When it was changed around in the Caribbean, I think it was around 2017, and the pitches were more grass, not like this one. It has worked wonders for the West Indian bowlers and visiting teams with quicks.
I've seen that throughout this home summer of cricket for the West Indies. A lot of heavily grassed pitches, fast bowlers dominating, sea movement. Seems to be a bit of rain around. The groundsman just mingling.
The spinners will like it too, because there's a seam to grip. And one of the things, when he had the big salmon tree and no stands on that eastern side, you could see the rains coming over the hills, sweeping from Laventille and Belmont. Chances created, 32 without loss.
Different tempo from Teja and Chandapal in this innings. West Indies winning the toss, opting to bat first. So far, so good. And this will result in another boundary, much to their delight and the delight of the West Indians. Good morning, Stacey.
Samuel, good morning everyone. Again, searching for the length. Whipped off the legs by Brandon King. There's been very good innings from him. His 4th boundary, his 4th 4 in this match. Previously only had 2 in the first test.
To the offside this time will be another boundary. Brandon King in full flight. That's the best of the boundaries we've seen so far.
It just looks so much more composed this time around, Brandon King. Something he's known for, just that push, that back foot push on the offside. Picks up boundary number 5.
A learning curve for the debutant Ubaid Shah. Lots of cricketing heritage. Former on the 19 World Cup player. They have created opportunities, though Pakistan. The field wasn't placed to take these opportunities through that third slip region vacant. Third slip again, that one went down. And once more. So a lot of questions will be asked of from the bowlers to Baba Azam about the field positioning early on the morning of the first test. Just the 2 slips, very defensive minded. Elegant and sublime. That's regal from the King.
Another crisp shot from Brandon King's bat. Over-pitched and driven with authority. It's on to 28. That strike rate 140 at this stage. It's highest so far over the 2 tests. Balance, hands through the delivery.
So far, vindicating the decision to win the toss and to bat first. There were some clouds around earlier this morning. In fact, there was rainfall which resulted in a delayed start. So there might have been a thought in Ruston Chase's mind and the West Indies think tank about potentially bowling first, given the conditions, given the moisture around, given the fact that the covers were on for a protracted time. But no, they said we wanted to bat first, wanted to put a score on the board. The average first innings score here in recent times, 348 or thereabouts. So that's something that they're eyeing, talking about. And they've raced to 45 without loss. Very inexperienced bowling lineup. Tajid Khan with 69 wickets. The most for them. Mohammad Abbas, who took 8 wickets in that first test, not in the starting 11. Ubaid Shah is playing his first test match. So that's the options that Baba Azam has gone into this test match with. And we're going to see man who made his debut in the last test, Ali Usman, for the first time. So the first sign of spin. Pakistan, they've assessed these conditions and they thought that they need 2 spinners, 2 specialist spinners. We're seeing 1 in operation now. West Indies, they've gone in with 1. Ruston Chase will add some spin cover. Wow. We're inside the first hour of the first morning, Stacey.
And this is good signs. This is good signs for Pakistan. This is amazing signs for Usman. First delivery. Peach.
I love the pace at which he's bowling, just around 82. This one was thereabouts as well. Just look at this trajectory. And it's beating the outside edge and outside off stump as well. What a gem to start your spell. This will be for, good timing from Brandon King. Sublime again. No flurry in that shot, just all timing and placement.
Something about this inning, something about how composed. He's clear in mind as to what shots he wants to play. This is an excellent drive. The stride.
It's difficult to believe that we saw that first delivery that beat the bat and then that glorious drive in the same over. Yeah, major reset for Pakistan. They've changed a third plus of their team. 4 new players from that previous test. A couple of them are debutants. The portion of the bat, they're searching for a win to level the series. 49 without loss.
Now these are the 2 deliveries. The first delivery and then the boundary delivery. Good stride. Came off the lower portion of the bat. Picked up 4 runs. Good contact as well.
Still searching for his first test wicket, Ali Usman. Changing ends for Muhammad Ali. Now from the Branagh Pavilion end. That was an issue for them in that first test as well. Trying to figure out which was his better end. Let's see if that change brings about a change in result. Picked up a 5-for in that warm-up game, so rely on that experience as well. Still 2 slips and a gully. What do you make of this start, Stacey?
The best start for West Indies so far in this 2-test series. This has been 9 wickets already, 9 runs, 9 boundaries, I beg your pardon, has already been scored from the openers. Now they've already gone past their best opening partnerships from the first test. One was 13 and the other was 7 runs. So 49. They'll be very pleased with this. Trinidad and Tobago Deaf Cricket Association representatives.
Yeah, the third time that this pair is opening the batting together, Chanderpaul and King. Injury to John Campbell. We spoke about that in the first test. And there have been a lot of discussions, Stacey, about the tempo at which Tejaner and Chanderpaul bats. Took 21 balls to get off the mark in that first test. But a different tempo in this one. I don't know if it's organic, that it's just happened, or if it's deliberate, that he's trying to bat a little bit more expressively this time around. But he's formed a useful partnership so far in this one with Brandon King, who is quite fluid and fluent in his stroke play. So it's working well. Have the 3 slips now for Tej Narain. Good piece on that last delivery and some carry. Fascinating to see how this pitch evolves as we go from day to day in the test match. If this sun bakes down on the surface, there is a mosaic underlay from the start. On the first morning, you'll expect that it will deteriorate. How significant and how much do the spinners come into play later on remains to be seen. Abrasive in nature, how does that impact the West Indian fast bowlers as well? So much to look forward to. Pulled away in the air, straight to the fielder. He picks out Sajid Khan, who says that he picked it up late, but nonetheless is able to hold on. The first one down for the West Indies, and success for Ali straight away from that Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Mohamed Ali has picked up his first. You just wonder if Chanderpaul needed to play at this delivery. We talk about the aggression that he has implemented into his innings, but he picks out the fielder, the one fielder that's in that position. Mohamed Ali picks up his first. Chanderpaul goes for 15. West Indies lose their first on 49.
Kavem Hodge, he's walking out with a lot of purpose. Got an 80 in the first innings of the first test. And he looks purposeful. Couple test centuries to his name. Would like to add to that tally. There's a drizzle as we speak at the moment. This is the dismissal, neither up nor down. That's the only bit of criticism. It's a ball that deserved to be pulled. A disappointment there. And that change of ends worked wonders. Yeah, the players are making their way off. Kavem Hodge smiles because he hasn't been able to face a delivery, but he's out in the middle now, he's back out. A new look Pakistan playing 11, hoping that they can win this test and level the series. West Indies chasing history. Haven't won a test series against Pakistan since 2000. And what a series that was back in 2000. I was looking at some highlights of that one, and Jimmy Adams, what an innings he played. Quite memorable. So we'll have a pause and play. Hopefully it's not too long. They usually put that matting on the pitch on the 22 yards before the covers go on. I haven't done that this time around. And that is what we're going to face during this test match, folks. The on and off element will affect the batters more than the bowlers. Every time you got to restart and get yourself reacquainted with the conditions, it might also spicing up the surface because of the little moisture here and there. Very expensive start for Pakistan, though. The only bit of, I suppose, solace is that they got the wicket of Chanderpaul. Lots of covers being put on that square. All right, earlier today, we had to select the ball. Mohamed Abbas in and amongst the discussion, though he's not in the playing 11. Mohamed Ali making sure that he got one that he's comfortable with. But it was the West Indian pair of Brandon King and Tejan and Chandapal. King in particular was hunting boundaries, one fortuitous, but a few very elegantly played offside and onside. And the timing was quite evident. Just look at that stroke. And then one off the spinner for good measure. Good striding. And placement and timing absolutely perfect. Abbas not entirely sure with what's happening. And he wanted an additional fielder in the slip cordon. Baba Azam will reflect on that first passage of play, potentially what he could have done differently. Nice little crowd in Sunday morning, first day of the test match. For the moment it's raining much more heavily now than a few moments ago. King and Hodge hasn't faced the ball just yet.
Yeah, just one wicket to fall. Tejan and Chandapal falling just before this rain break. Brandon King, he's well set, 33 from 27, and Hodge, who just made his way out in the middle, is yet to face a ball. Yeah, the one wicket that to Mohamed Ali. Obed Shah has been impressive. He has been good. He has fired things up. Not for 30, and just Usman with the one over of spin. Now this was the wicket to fall. Tejan Chandapal picking out Sajid in that deep fine leg region. Bit of aggression, risk reward. Might have needed to roll the wrist on that delivery, on that shot. Keep it down. But a good catch and reward for Mohamed Ali. A change of ends, a change of reward.
Yeah, the ground staff just making sure that that entire square is covered. We are looking at the drainage at this facility and how much this rainfall would impact it. Ground staff has been hard at work, and one of the stalwarts here at this venue, a man called Ralphie, who has been around at the Queen's Park Oval for so many years. That's not him, but he's out there somewhere. He's always busy at work. And let's relive a very iconic moment from 21 years ago, the man called Ralphie.
The Queen's Park Oval for some time, Bish. Not as long as Ralph, of course. He has been here for many years. Reputed to be the fastest groundsman with a wheelbarrow in the world. Ah, there we go again. There we go again, Bish. He's quick, but his steering isn't always the best.
His brake horsepower isn't too good either. The tires need a bit of retreading. Everyone sees the funny side of it. Some entertainment at last. Good old Ralphie.
The legendary voice of Michael Holden calling that iconic moment. He's got good equilibrium, Ralphie. Not on that occasion. 21 years ago, though. Yeah, he's been around for such a long time, doing what he loves. Every time you talk to him, has a wealth of knowledge about this venue, about the pitch and conditions. It's nice to see that he's still around and still doing what he loves. Right, where we are, 15 for Tejan and Chandapal, the last bit of action before that rain delay caught by Sajid of the bowling of Mohamed Ali. King unbeaten on 33, and he's looked largely untroubled. Hodge hasn't yet faced the delivery. West Indies, they've raced along to 49. It has been a touch expensive in his first test match. No doubt lots of learnings, and one over of spin so far. The rain is subsiding, as we mentioned. We're hoping, fingers crossed, that it goes away quite quickly. We have a fascinating display ahead of us. We'll take a short break though, and on the other side, hopefully we'll have live action back for you.
That is absolutely perfect.
Back here, man.
have your attention, please. You have been advised that play will be started at 11:30. Play will be started at 11:30 and lunch will now be at 12:30. Once again, play will be started at 11:30. The lunch will be taken at 12:30. Yes, another update. Play will resume at 11:40. 11:40. Get on the big screen. Back the QR code. Post yourself to the videos and crew pictures. We'll be showing you that one throughout the match. And keep watching because we have got further questions coming your way soon. So stand, pose, and let's have some fun. Once again, get yourself on the big screen by scanning the QR code. Your attention please. We have been advised that runs will be taken. Play will restart at 12:40. Play will restart at 12:40. Please be advised. Play will restart after the lunch interval at 12:40.
is top class.
Hello and welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval second test. West Indies up against Pakistan. West Indies won the toss and they wanted to bat first. Brandon King was in sublime form, beaten on 33. Few boundaries along the way. A confirmation that we're at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, the first day of the second test. West Indies against Pakistan. West Indies have a 1-0 series lead. This is where things currently stand. King and Hodge starting out. Hodge hasn't faced a delivery yet. King has looked really good. Chandapal being dismissed in the last bit of action before some rains came. 49 for 1. 9.5 overs of play possible so far today. The 3 bowlers used by Pakistan with Shah, the debutant, very expensive in his first little outing. Muhammad Ali with 1 wicket adding to his tally in the test series. It's the rainy season here in Trinidad. The ground staff, they were very busy prior to the start of play, and then when the rains returned, trying to get that square covered. A few little areas of concern for the umpires, but the suppers are being utilized. The sunshine is back out, and the news is that we'll take lunch at 12 noon. Alright, confirmation that the sun is out. 4 umpires on field just supervising the mopping up operations. Marley Richards alongside me in the period of play possible. Marley, what have you made of the West Indian start?
It was a very positive start from a West Indian perspective. Both Chandapal and King looking to rotate strike. King in particular finding the boundaries very regular, but that was the first delivery. It took 20-odd deliveries in that previous test match for Chandapal to get off the mark, and he was away right away. This is King though. He's at his best when he's not going searching for that cover drive. He's allowed the ball to come in. Pakistan, Babar Azam, something for him to think about. A few too many edges going through that third slip region. And at no time did he really look to plug that gap. That was a beautiful stroke. And as we said, if King stays in his box, doesn't get the hands too far out in front, it bodes well. Once again, another edge through that third slip region. For the first time, Pakistan just straying onto the legs of Brandon King, but they were made to pay. That was a top shot. Not a bad delivery at all, but a better cricket stroke. And that was just a long half volley, as you said. Shah's been a little expensive, but I think he's bowled a little bit better than his figures suggest. Brought the left arm spin into the attack. His first delivery really went. This was the wicket. Chandapal looking to keep that down, made good contact. Probably was best served looking to hit that up and over the boundary. The rains came. Brandon King looking very good on 33 not out, and Hodge yet to face.
Yeah, King has gotten the measure out of the surface. Looked really good. Scored a boundary of the spinner that was really sublime. The spin from that first delivery, turn from the surface rather, is something that we'll all look at closely as we go deeper into this test match. About 1 over from Usman, and his very first delivery spun sharply. Muhammad Ali picking up that 1 wicket, and Ubaid still searching for his first. Usman as well, who made his debut in the previous test, still searching for his first test wicket. Yeah, 4 changes in the Pakistan team for this test match. A couple of them debutant. Awais Zafar receiving his cap from Babar Azam. That will be a moment he'll remember for the rest of his life. Being congratulated by his teammates and hoping that he can make an impact. And the third of the Shah brothers, Ubaid Shah, receiving his cap from Mohammad Abbas, a stalwart of Pakistan cricket. And he's wishing that this man becomes similarly successful in the future. Another momentous occasion for this pair of Pakistan players. Confirmation of the teams then. West Indies unchanged. Ruston Chase might have to do a little bit more bowling in this test match. Didn't bowl in the previous one. Jamel Warrican as well will be searching for his first wicket in this series. And then those 4 changes for Pakistan, strengthening their batting. Away Zafar batting or listed to bat down at 7. Abdullah Shafiq in place of the Centurion Shan Masood from the first test, and then Sajid Khan boosting the spin department. An extra piece from Ubaid Shah. Reminder that West Indies won the toss and they chose to bat first. We're hoping that in that post-lunch session we'll have lots of action coming your way. We'll take a break, and on the other side we'll have some analysis and a really lovely feature from one of the West Indies stalwarts. Look forward to that.
That is absolutely perfect.
That is top class.
Brandon King has been good on the opening salvo of this second test here at the Queen's Park Oval between the West Indies and Pakistan. His driving has been sublime. There have been issues with it in the past, but so far he's held things together nicely. After 9.5 overs in that first session, truncated because of inclement weather to start and then to end, West Indies 49 for 1. They've lost Narayan Chandapal for 15 off the bowling of Muhammad Ali. Ali with 1 for 14. Ali Usman, that is just a solitary over, but got his first ball to grip quite nicely on the surface. And maybe we saw a glimpse into the future with Ubaid Shah. Nice drive around the Queen's Park Savannah in that pretty shot that we had there just now, but not as good a shot as we have with Stacey Ann King and Carlos Brathwaite here with me to do our analysis. If you just joined us, and a morning's session interrupted by rain, just 9.5 over Stacey Ann after the West Indies won the toss, predictably, as you said earlier before we started play, choosing to bat. What do you make of how they've gone?
Yeah, I think they've been exceptional with the approach, much more aggressive, much more intentful. There was some very nice drives. I think the only disappointment will be the fact that they lost that wicket just before the rain interval, but I think it's exactly what they wanted in terms of the aggression, in terms of getting runs on the board and getting accustomed to the conditions.
And summing up those conditions, Carlos, Pakistan's view?
I think they came in with a preconceived notion that spin will dominate the day. And as a result, there was some gaping holes. I mean, we've only bowled 10 overs. We already had a few chances through what would have been third slip. And you almost have 3 slips in a gully for the first 15 overs unless something crazy happens. So I think a predetermined notion kind of hampered them in them first 10 overs.
We talked about Brandon King, Stacey Ann King. I am sorry to do that to you. King and King being very good this morning, as you surmised it. What exactly was so good about it?
Yeah, I think he just stayed within his own. He understands that, okay, he didn't have his best test in the previous. He scored 7 and I think 12 or something like that. But his intent, his shot selections, he seemed just a bit more clear in the mind and much more positive out in the middle. And I think that in itself has kind of shown in his body movements as well.
Carlos, you talked ad infinitum about Brandon's driving and what he needed to do after the last game.
Yeah, and I think in the last game I had a chat with him and I was telling him I actually don't think it was bad decision making, just bad execution. Can you let the ball come to you a little bit more? That was one of the options, and you can see just out in front a bit, and I suspect it's because he's just come from white ball cricket where the impact would be a little bit further in front of you because you're trying to get under the ball and make the best use of the power play. So what I found he did really well in that test was based off the line. He defended straight, he attacked wide. I think what I was really impressed with today is along with that discipline with line, he then also allowed the ball to come and he timed the ball really well, had really good contact points. So we'll see it here, the comparison between the first test and today. He's out in front, his eye line there, back in front of pad. Whereas here, he's allowed it to come right under the eyes, right beside the pad. It can do absolutely nothing from there. You've already assessed where you want to hit it. If you want to hit it with the full face, break the face, and you're in absolute control. You watch the back foot in the first frame up top, you see how it drags because he's not in control, he's not balanced. But once you allow it to come, you can then play the shot and hold the pose. I think that for me was the highlight of his innings so far.
I want to find out how the challenge of that, because he played the test match, the second test, I think he got a half century against Sri Lanka. He didn't actually play in the white ball series, but he was there for the last 2 games practicing. Some guys would practice with the red ball, knowing that there's red ball coming up. But how easy or challenging is it to come out of those white ball attacking instincts with a test match in close proximity?
Yeah, and I think just the fact that you mentioned that, it also is sort of what we saw, that white ball, that first test, I beg your pardon, he was searching because he wants to feel bat on ball. He wants to get his shots off, but it's a longer format. But to see the adjustment that Carlos just mentioned, I think it's exceptional too, that he understands that he just needs to tweak a few things and just be a bit more patient, because I think the patience part of it, because you want to feel red ball, white ball, you want to feel bat on ball. Red ball, you've got to be a bit more patient.
I sympathize with them, actually. These series have come thick and fast. The white ball test match, one-day games, test match again. One red ball player, a guy who doesn't play the white ball experience that often. Tejaran Chandapur looked a little bit more positive today, and then he was dismissed.
I actually enjoyed this innings. I'm just fearful that the attacking intent only got him 15, and he may look at this and think, could have been a bit more reserved and battle a little longer. And I'll actually say to him, just hit the ball for 6. I think he is compulsive as a hooker, and it can be to your detriment, just like we talk about Brandon King with the drive, but you have to accept that is how I'll score. So I'll just get better at playing the shot. And with the ball as high as it was where he met it, it's so difficult to roll his wrist. At that height, back yourself to hit the ball for 6. You're using the pace, you're going behind the stump. You don't have to worry about you 22 yards in front of you, trying to hit the ball for 6. And if he'd done that on top edge, much like he tried to do it from too close in the first test, you hang your hat on, that is my scoring area, bad execution.
Yeah, it's interesting getting the pace of two different pitches, because as Carlos touched on there, let's reflect on the 2 dismissals, the last 2 dismissals, second innings up at Taruba, or down at Taruba, playing the pull shot, and then playing the hook shot today. And when we have a closer look at this, you'll confirm that he was rushed in Taruba. The ball cramped him. It got onto him a little too quickly here. He didn't quite get the extension and therefore the top edge. And he is a compulsive hook I've seen over time. And then this one, it hits the toe of the bat almost. So 2 different pitches. One, he's rushed. And the next one, he gets through the shot too quickly. So that'll ask him some questions. I remember in Australia in his debut series, just before the close of play one day, he was taking on Hazelwood with about 4 guys set behind square for the pull shot, Hazelwood and Cummins, and he just couldn't rein himself in. So work for him to do there, and I'm sure he will do that. Thank you very much for the moment, Stacey and Carlos, because one man who will probably having a word with Tejaran Chandapur, and he'll be crunching the numbers about success and failure, has his say now on what he does behind the scenes for the West Indies.
Hi, my name is Avinir Sitaram, and my job is turning cricket's biggest spreadsheet into a winning strategy. It's not data analyst, it's performance analyst, because it's more an overall encompassing role where you have, yes, data coming in, but you also analyze current performance, expected performance, and use all those trends to formulate plans for yourself, your team to get better, but also opposition plans, dismissal plans, things like that. So it's not just one aspect you're looking at in terms of data, it's a holistic picture. You see in modern cricket where fast bowlers immediately go around the wicket. You would have seen it in the first test match where our boys go immediately around the wicket to left-hander. It's because that's data-driven again, where they see that vulnerability early on, and we try to exploit those things. So it's about looking for every aspect that you could get that advantage in modern day sport. You'd hear Darren Sammy say it all the time, that Avi is his right-hand man, because we work very closely. In fact, he would call me all hours of the night just trying to pick brain about something. That challenge about taking all the data that we have, the coach works with what he wants presented to the players. Of course, you can't bombard them with all the information, but it's about presenting it to them in an easily digestible manner where they understand it and they could take that information now and go onto the field and execute those plans that we have. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges of a performance analyst, getting all that data and then compressing it into that digestible form for players to understand and implement. You would see sometimes players run and point to the dressing room because this is something that we would have discussed, put things in place, and it came to fruition. And that to me is one of the biggest joys that I have as an analyst, to see it come to pass on the field. I think preparation in anything in life, to be honest with you, once you prepare well, you assure yourself that you're going to do your best, and that's as much as we could do. And that knowledge of being fully prepared is what gives our guys that confidence to go forward.
I found that very insightful, actually, and two appropriate people to talk about it, Stacey Ann King and Carlos Brathwaite here. And Carlos and Stacey, he termed himself a performance analyst. You both have worked with people in that field. How important are they, the good ones, of which I think he is one of those in the dressing room?
I actually worked with Avi as well when he was on the way up, working with CCC when we won the Super 50. And I feel like they are video recorders that masters analysts. They record the video and they shove it to you. What I enjoyed about Avi is that you can have a conversation with him. And at that point in time, he was still upskilling himself on cricket at that level. So he now understands the cricket at that level, he understands the data, and now it's a good mesh of both. And I like what he said there about, it's about not only having the data, but being able to put it into bite-sized chunks to convert it to the player, because that's so important. When I was playing, I want to watch and get out of there, if I watch at all, because I want to know about myself. So I more want to know, how would you bowl at me? What would you set up for me? So you need to know the players that you're working with, how to get the best out of them, and how to get the best data in the best way that they would understand it.
Yeah, and I like the fact that he said those small bites, those small chunks, because sometimes you don't want to be in a team meeting, you don't want to be there for long hours. So bowlers, I think they've now broken it down where bowlers have meetings, batters have meetings, and then there will be the general team meeting. But it's not something where you're sitting there and it's, yeah, this doesn't apply to me, especially if you're considering yourself a bowler and not a lower order batter. And we've seen the West Indies team sort of evolve, where bowlers have taken the information, because we've seen some of the celebrations where they turn and they point at Avinash or the coaching staff based on the information and the execution. So I think it's generally really good in terms of having someone like him, having an analyst who can break down the information that a player understands, and yes, this is what relates to me.
Bite-sized chunks, it's soft. You want to sit in a team meeting back in the day with one or two managers who would go on for an hour without putting anything into play. But I like it, actually. I've always said in this modern era, players have a significant advantage. With myself having straddled a couple of eras, you get to see where your ball is pitching after a session. You get a guy who is able to tell you, yo, what about this? We break down this, you were too full or too short. Pakistan will have some reviews of whether they should have had a third slip. So the important thing for me, though, is one of the great coaches in this game says, we are not married to data. We date the data, but we are not wed to it. So it gives us information, but the coaches still have to make decisions. And I think that is an important boundary for the analyst to understand. He's not driving the team. He is lending information to the coaches and the captain and allowing them to make their decision. Pakistan found a few outside edges this morning. Carlos, from a captaincy hat on, how should they have gone about this?
Well, I want to see 3 slips in a gully, because if you look at it from a positive standpoint, whatever you get out of the surface and seam, you get it first hour, day one. So can I keep my 3rd slip and gully in for as long as possible? The other thing is, if you're going to have 2 in a gully, can you have that gully almost like 4th slip? But why do you have the 3rd slip out? They haven't been good balls put away, they've been half volleys. So you tell your bowlers, pull your length back, challenge the edge, and then when they bowl the good fielders out of position and they bowl good balls, the ball went where 3rd slip should have been. And there was one from Brandon that probably went down, but you have to have your fielder there to give yourself the chance to make the breakthrough. Because if spin will do the bulk of the work, you want the spin bowling at 4, 5, and 6, as opposed to 1, 2, and 3, as the first over showed.
Yeah, you wanna. I think if you want to fault, and maybe the data analyst sat down with them before the game started, we won't go there. But you want to almost, if you want to be faulted, you want to be faulted for over-attacking on the first morning of a test match rather than being defensive, because, Stacey Ann, if the horse bowls from the stable, he's not likely to come back. You're not likely to catch him. So what was your view?
Yeah, I thought of the same thing basically because we saw those opportunities go in, and I think Yuan comes at one point and said, get that fourth slip in. It's like you want to use that new hard ball, you want to get all the rewards from it, and not having the correct field set. Muhammad Ali, I think, at one point went to Baba Azam and said that he wants that fourth slip in. So you've got to force and you've got to sort of think that you want wickets within this first period, this first session. Well, they're going into post-lunch session, so you still want a bit of aggression and not to be too defensive.
All right, that's just a period of play that has gone. There's still much to come. It doesn't define Pakistan through this test match. What will define them is two spinners, Ali Usman, and of course, they've brought the off-spinner in Khan Sajid to get some rip off the surface, and we already saw one ball that gripped on the surface, and that promises a lot as we go through the test match.
Yeah, we saw that big turn. We saw that first delivery, and it was so amazing to see. And if it's anything as to what spin will play or the role spin will play in this test match, this is what we want to see. 8.5 degrees of turn. Amazing.
You see how quick Stacey jumped in there when the ball started to turn? She definitely wants to be a part of the conversation for that. But yeah, I think it's worrying, if I'm being honest. I want to see pitches in the Caribbean aiding seam and having traditional test match. Day one, you know, a little bit for the seamers. Day 2 and 3 is moving there. It flattens out a bit. Day 4 and day 5 it gets spin. But if it's ragging like that on day 1 in the first hour, I don't know what day 3 and day 4 will look like.
Batting first, West Indies, they have to make a good fist of this, given it might turn more.
Yeah, and a good start, a very good start. Good intent, good scores, again, good boundaries. Can you take it as deep as possible with the pitch deteriorating already?
Thank you very much, Carlos. Thank you very much to Stacey Ann King. Carlos wants to see the seamers in it more. One young man who's been in it from the start of his career, and he was very good actually in that first test match, will give us his thoughts and his insight. We'll find out a little bit more about how he went Jaden Seals with his 4th 5-wicket haul in test match cricket.
Edge taken, 100 test match wickets for Jaden Seals. The second quickest for the West Indies and the 3rd youngest. Exceptional stuff.
Being able to go through everything that I went through, whether it be injuries, training early mornings, therapy, gymming, all the hard hours or long days that I've had, is a sacrifice, I guess, for both of us, both player and our parents and our loved ones. They have supported me from inception, from when I decided I want to be a professional cricketer, or when I said to them I would love to play for West Indies at some point and try and get us back to #1. So for them to be there to witness that moment was something special for me, and I'm really happy that they were all there for it. Always be happy for someone else's success, because, you know, everyone has their time and not every day is going to be your day, so I try to remember that as much as possible and always try to remain grounded. So Ravi has mentioned to me on numerous occasions to be myself, keep being that Jaden Seals that everyone has known or has become to love from what they've seen me done throughout my career thus far, and also to just keep trusting the process, keep remembering the simple things, keep doing the simple things for longer, and every time there's that little bit of doubt in my head, to just stop, clear my mind, and go back to the simple stuff, and that would bring success. So the way Ravi made me think about fast bowling beyond the skill set itself was, as I said, just the simple things. It wasn't nothing extravagant. It was always about doing the simple things for longer and being patient and just understanding when was the right time to either be attacking or to be defensive as a bowler, understanding what fields to set, and just how to build an over properly. Like, he has made me understand that even bit more. Yeah, Ruchi's mentorship to me he started me off. I started playing under him, being that senior bowler in the team. He still is, and he has always taken me under his wing, whether it be helping me in terms of taking load off of me in terms of him bowling most of the overs throughout a test match, and being that source where I can go to if I'm struggling for rhythm. I wouldn't even need to go to him. He would see it in me because we've played together in the same team for so long now, that he would see when I'm struggling, he would see when my rhythm is off, and he would just come, just quietly, just stick with it. Forget what happened before, go back to the basics, stick with it, and just keep trusting the process. And funny enough, it may seem like a little bit, but it really is a lot. It means a lot, and it does something. I can't explain what it does, but it actually brings me back down and allows me to just relax and bowl and not pressure myself. Because I used to believe that when I'm not bowling well, or as the youngster in the team, when I'm not bowling a lot of overs for the team, I felt like I was letting down some of my teammates or putting too much pressure on the older bowlers, which he obviously came and explained to me that is totally wrong. Like, their job is to allow me to come into international cricket. So all of those things really helped me along the way. One piece of advice I would always try to stick with, or at least live by, at least for the entirety of my career, is just do the simple things for as long as possible and do the right things for a continued period of time. At times it's not really easy to stay patient. You know, as a fast bowler, as an attacking bowler, you want to get wickets, you want to get a breakthrough for the team, but sometimes it's not always about being the man in that moment. So, as one of our coaches used to say, Roddy Estwick, there's stars and then there's the co-stars in the team on certain days. And it's easy to become a co-star when you're just bowling well and the other guy on the other end is picking up wickets. So it makes it easy to be patient in those moments because you're seeing where bowling in partnerships helping. And then there's the times where nothing is happening for the team. You're bowling well, but just no wickets. So it's always a mixed bag, but it's not the easiest and it's also not the hardest once you understand it. I don't really think about it too much. I try not to watch the figures as much. It's more about knowing that I've done a good job for the team and that we have put in a good shift, all of us together. And it may not reflect so in my figures, but someone else might have had a big haul of 5 for how much ever, or 4 for how much ever, and I had 1 or 2 wickets, but it was the partnership that we bowl in or the pressure built from either end. So it doesn't really affect me once I know I've done a good job for the team. Being a fast bowler is hard, but the hardest part has to be getting up the next day and doing it all over again, especially if we have been in the field for an entire day. And typically in the field for an entire day, you bowl 20 overs, could be more, could be less, but it's just getting up and getting your body mentally prepared to go and do it again, and then physically you need to go through all the aches and pains of just warming up or even just walking to the bus. It takes a lot, it really does, but something about doing it over and over for the team is really enjoyable. But that is the hardest part, getting up and doing it again the next day. Yeah, my preparation off the camera, behind the scenes, I'd say is pretty simple, but very necessary for me. So it would be, obviously have a good training day, feel good, feel some sort of good rhythm, get into the ice bath, get a massage. This is the day before the game. Get a massage, eat something good for dinner, whether it be a pasta or something just to fuel me for the day of the game. Use my recovery boots. I have Normatec recovery boots. I use that. And try my hardest to get a good night's sleep. Yeah. I see myself becoming a leader in the West Indies attack. I mean, I've been told multiple times that I am one of the leaders of the attack, but it's still probably hasn't registered with me yet. It probably hasn't synced into my system really. I'm still one of the youngest in the team. I've just been around a while, but I'm still one of the youngest in the team. So I don't really assert that position. I don't really claim it, but it's there, it's known. Everyone would come and ask questions. Everyone would look to myself, Rochi, Azari when he's here for that bit of advice or that little bit extra. They always come to us to look for that from us. So yeah, I can see it happening. It probably already has, but as I said, I haven't really claimed the position fully. I come back after a major setback. So I had 2 major injuries thus far in my career. Hopefully there's no more major ones like that, but so I've torn my meniscus on my left foot and I've had an ACJ sprain on my right shoulder. And the knee, it came in 2022. I missed 6 months of cricket, and initially I didn't think I was ever going to be the same bowling-wise in terms of skills, pace. I didn't think I'd be able to do it again, and that was the hardest thing for me. I didn't really have the confidence after doing the surgery, and then obviously training and stuff, and I got it back. And then the very next year, December 23, I did my shoulder. So I had to miss like 2 months of cricket. And this time with my bowling shoulder, so it was, am I going to be the same for sure this time? Am I going to have the same pace? Am I going to have the confidence in my body to move around, to get my arms moving around fast, anything? So it was tough, but thankfully I've had a lot of good people around me to help me in terms of my recovery, and I've made it back, and I'm doing better than I was before. So I'll name it a comeback after a major setback. I want to be #1 in the world at some point in my career for as long as possible. I want to help West Indies get back to at least the top 3 in the world. If we can get to #1, it'll be excellent. And I want to be remembered as one of the greatest fast bowlers to have ever played the game.
That is absolutely perfect.
is top class.
Hello and welcome back to the iconic Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad, venue for the second test. West Indies up against Pakistan. West Indies lead this two-match series 1-0. Onus on Pakistan to come back strongly. King has looked resolute. He's raced along to 33 from just 27 deliveries. Chanderpaul fell on what was the stroke of lunch because it was the last bit of activity before the rainfall. 49 for 1 West Indies. 3 bowlers used so far by Pakistan. Ali picked up that 1 wicket to be on test match debut, and a solitary over from Ali Usman. 1 delivery in particular has caught everyone's attention. Been introduced in the 9th over on the first morning of the test match. He's won the toss and chose to bat the 3rd time that these two are opening the batting for the West Indies. Chanderpaul got off the mark immediately in the first over. Yeah, some overnight rains meant that the outfield a little bit soggy, but King found good timing here and raced away for 4. Chanderpaul was a little bit streaky. No 3rd slip, another topic of discussion. In that first little period, a few deliveries went in that direction, all resulting in 4. But sometimes the middle of the bat was met from Brandon King. You have to really in good nick. Another one of those going through that vacant 3rd slip region. And King showed great balance on that stroke through the square leg. Timing on that occasion, sublime. One of the shots of the day. He played a few of these drives. That one was absolutely majestic, beating a couple fielders on its way. And the last ball before what became the luncheon interval, Sajid picking up the catch, Muhammad Ali with the wicket. The rains came. We lost for the day in totality now 72 minutes. These are the revised session timings, then 12:40 to 15:10, then 15:10 to 15:30 we'll have tea, and then a truncated session. Extended session rather, couple 2.5 hour sessions to make up for some lost time, weather and light permitting. Stacey and King alongside me. Stacey, what are our expectations for this post-lunch session?
I think West Indies will possibly be happy with the fact that Brandon King is still out in the middle, but for Pakistan, they want the young Shah to get those nerves out. Debutant nerves out. He has bowled pretty quick. He's been a bit wayward at times. Few big boundaries struck of his bowling, but a few opportunities as well. Will want to get back to that 4th stump line. Force a few shots, a few drives out of the West Indian batters, a few errors. Ramazan with his troops, acting as the captain for Pakistan for these 2 tests. And Hodge, who didn't face a ball because of the rain interruption, his way out to the middle.
A nice little crowd has gathered in that stand, Caribbean stand. Hodge will be looking to get his innings going. Fell 82 in that first test. Has 1 delivery remaining in his over. Muhammad Ali picked up the wicket and then had to go off there. Some discussions from Baba Azam just to, I suppose, reaffirm what they want to do in this session. Afem Hodge made his way out to the middle and then just as quickly had to make his way back into the pavilions when the rains came. So he will be facing up for the first time. What are you doing from the opposite end, Stacey?
after this delivery? Are you going to spin, or because of the rain and the little rest period, are you going to pace from the opposite end?
I just wonder if that one over from the spinner, from Usman, meant that the change of end, which is why Muhammad Ali is bowling from the far end, if that's what they wanted, so it might be pace.
Right, one ball to complete the over. It's a wicket maiden, another one in this series, 49 for 1. And batting to come, Hope, Django, Graves, Chase. That's the engine room of that West Indian batting lineup. And there's some very good contributions lower down. Shama Joseph in particular. Right, it is a continuation of spin from the media center, and Ali Usman will continue as a silly mid-on and a slip. See what he gets in this session now. Driven elegantly again. Good use of the feet. Which I know the Football World Cup recently ended. They're showing some good footwork.
Pitch top driven. Good again from Brandon King, but even better. Left boot comes out.
And looking closely at the pace at which he bowls, I think that he has really good control, Ali Usman. Doesn't try to bowl too quickly. As a bowler, spinner or fast bowler, you're trying to get information from the surface. There's that turn as quickly as you can. And that will inform you now of the pace at which you have to bowl, the lines that you can operate on. So this first couple overs from him will be him gathering intel from the surface. Wow. Is there a cause for or an opportunity to get another catcher in that slip gully region?
What a delivery again. Another beauty.
Huge out. Doing too much. And they'll have a discussion. He's saying down the leg side. Baba isn't too interested, but already questions being asked. Were tested by fast bowling, seam bowling in the first test. The test now seems to have changed to spin bowling.
Oh yes, buddy.
Good set from Ali Usman, just a 1 run, 50 for the West Indies.
Bit of turn, sweep shot. Commented by Hodge. Thought the decision. Correctly so. Though it pitched in line. Because of the amount of turn it would have missed off stump.
Just retaking a guard, will have to recalibrate his innings just to get set once again.
this test match. Adana Gopal on field for his third test match. Experience Richard Kettleborough, 98th test match for him. They say they've dispensed with the gully and now they have 3 slips in operation.
It just takes me back to those opportunities. Are they going to be reactive once again? There were a few opportunities that went into that 4th slip region. Going to be reactive and react after the fact.
He's driven well generally today. Saw a full one again and was looking to crunch it through the offside. Good length from Muhammad Ali, and that's why there's the 3 slip. This is what he's done differently in this test as compared to the first test. Just waited a little bit longer. That's the first test. He's playing away in front of him, and then today he's waiting a little bit more. Ball to get under his eye line and staying in a nice compact position. So subtle changes. That time playing away from his body. There's always that tendency, because he plays so much white ball cricket, to go towards the ball, to meet it in front of him. Yeah, look at where that pad was, look at where the bat is and the hands are.
I think this is exactly what Pakistan want to see. They want to see him playing a few of those shots outside the offside. Again, those 3 catchers are ready. They are in play. Keep that 5th stump line. That's what Muhammad Ali will be thinking.
It's so important to recognize what you've done previously that maybe hasn't worked, and try to make those adjustments in that first test. Look at where that contact point is. And today, so far in the innings, you can see a stark difference. Much more in control and looking at it, and look at the back foot as well. A lot more bend in it. And hence, he's been able to get rewards on those drives. So far, so good for King. Thought about a single momentarily. Doesn't spoil the maiden over though. 50 for 1.
Made the adjustments from the first test into the second, playing under his eyes, waiting for deliveries to come, reaching.
Wonderful overhead image of this venue. Ali Usman continues. Well, you have to go again. Kavem Hodge was disoriented by something behind the bowler. He likes sweeping. I wonder how risky it is to sweep with the ball turning as much as it is. Pakistan and Babaz, I think they've done well with this field, because there's no fielder deep on the leg side for the left hand orthodox. So he's inviting Kavem Hodge to go against the turn. He wants to. Yeah, vacant areas right of screen.
A And this is good signs for Pakistan because so far in the first test and so far in this match, we haven't seen a wicket to spin. This test he bowls a very tight defensive line, Al Usman.
Just having a close look at that protected area. Mentioned he's very experienced, the umpire. They half appeal because they think it might be pad first. I think initially it's outside off stump as well. Baba isn't even considering it. Again, creating some dot deliveries and pressure. Good start after lunch for Pakistan. Fielder is a little bit deeper, sort of protecting the boundary and also trying to cut the single. Easy on that occasion for Hodge to get off the mark. A couple deliveries back when there was that stifle appeal. Clearly bat, but some pad first. Side off stump though, anyway, I think. That's the line he will focus heavily on going forward. 51 for 1. Heavily populated capital city, the Twin Island Republic. But Ali continues. Found some good areas after lunch, Stacey.
I must have listened to our lunch show where we spoke about the analysts feeding information. Something that has worked pretty much for Pakistan and their seamers to pick up those wickets in the first test was being consistent. Bowling that fifth stump line. He's done so since lunch.
I think he's found greater rhythm bowling from that pavilion end as compared to the opposite end. Trying to remember if any run has been scored of him since he changed ends. Picked up the wicket from this end as well that he's currently bowling from. All of those things you're trying to figure out quickly. The assessment, which is the correct end, which ends assist me or assist the respective bowlers a little bit more.
Yeah, some academies and youngsters are in at the Queen's Park Oval, taking in some of the action. North Zone Cricket Academy, the women's team actually, who feature our local women's tournament, are part of the contingent coming in at the Oval, the Queen's Park Oval, to look at the match. Guys are smiling, all smiles. They're hoping that the West Indies can get another wicket. Crunched away for another Brandon King boundary.
Take that boundary scoring up to number 8 for Brandon King. Again, waiting and striking powerfully. It was a good over before that boundary, but this is his strength, Brandon King. This is the adjustment made. Yeah, they're very happy.
Wants to. Good running. Rizwan was a little bit late getting to the stump. The throw wasn't good anyway. Brandon King is dirtied his linen. 58 for 1.
Get played into the leg side and called for 2. Had to get the dive in, but was it necessary? It does look like a fall than a dive in.
Ali Usman wants his long off fielder to be perfectly positioned, so he's on the boundary now. Brandon King called for 2 quite early. Is the boundary though. Keeping his head and eyes over the ball. Really lots to like about the innings that he's played so far. Not reckless, ball on merit. He's gotten really good value for his shots along the ground. And this is what Hodge needs to do, Brandon King as well. Whenever given an opportunity to rotate the strike, you need to do that, because you don't want Ali Usman bowling consecutive deliveries at you. If he does bowl a short delivery and you can get a single, because that field line extra cover is a little bit deep, so a single is always available.
And I like the fact that both Hodge and King play differently in terms of Hodge is not afraid to pull that sweep shot out. So he has a few options when it comes to scoring. He's quite busy at the crease. King, on the other hand, has enjoyed playing these drives. On to 41 of just 40 deliveries.
Couple from the over, 60 for 1.
Just a 1 wicket to fall. Score was 49 when T.H. Narayan Chandapal felt for the trap from Mohammad Ali.
Won't see the other spinner just yet. I wonder if they will turn to bid for another spell before they get Sajid into the attack. Reinforce their batting, so it'll be a heavy workload for the bowlers for Pakistan in this test innings. There is something there, you know. Not entirely sure what it is. Umpire doesn't think it's glove or bat. Do they want to check? I don't think they are inclined to do so, but it did make contact with something on its way through.
A confirmation that it's coming off the thigh pad of Brandon King. Starting off that delivery on the body. It's right there, contact.
It's a different looking surface. There isn't any grass on it. It's bereft of anything. Confirmation of the murmur and the spike when it makes contact with that hip region. Just wonder how it will impact on the ball. This abrasive surface that is the Queen's Park Oval pitch. And if the Pakistan bowlers can get a little bit of reverse swing later on in the innings. Ranelagh Cricket Academy, it was well grassed, brown grass, but the ball remained, it was shiny for long spells. Not entirely sure what this surface will do in terms of abrasion on the face of the ball. Not a single blade of grass, and you can see that mosaic underlay already. See how this evolves as we go through the test match. Edged just away from the fielder. Diving to his right. Yeah, you can feel and sense his frustration.
Puller in length to the right of the fielder. And another chance has gone down for Pakistan. He's not happy.
On that occasion, they did have the third slip. Still went agonizingly out of his reach. Yeah, a little bit late on moving. They have spread a little bit more, trying to cover more ground. He's frustrated.
A real effort ball that from Mohammad Ali. He's heavily on control and consistency and just a subtle movement.
For 1.
He was happy to have the young ones in these cricket matches, the best format, the longest format of cricket. Magul, coach.
He's just getting a little moral support from his bowling coach, Muhammad Ali. Yeah, don't allow any easy singles. So that mid-on there, that mid-wicket there, don't give him any easy single there. They do have the long off though. And maybe you could understand why, because he's driven well, Brandon King. Good areas, really good areas. And look at the speed as well. That's the speed to operate at. Some bounce too. And that's a huge shout. Rizwan is keen. Ali Usman is keen. We haven't seen a wicket to spin in this series to date. Not even one. And this one will require some interrogation.
TV umpire to director with a play review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I have checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. We've got to front on when ready, please. Ball passes close to the bat there. Can we go to ultra edge when ready, please? There's a clear gap between bat and ball. Go to ball tracking when ready, please. Ball pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets hitting. Richard, get you to reverse your decision to out. Stand by. You're on screen signal now.
Overturned, and a first test wicket for Ali Usman. The big wicket of Brandon King. Look at that from Baba Azam. An important strike, and the first wicket of spin in the series. Brandon King goes for a very well played 46-65 for 2. Rousing applause for Amir Jangu. Hails from these parts. So understandably the home crowd will let him know that they're here to support him in his continued journey. Still in the infancy of his test match career.
A mistimed defensive prod from Brandon King. Didn't quite cover the line. Delivery just held straight. And reward for Pakistan. Their spinner has gotten the breakthrough. Brandon King, 46 from 50. He'll be disappointed to miss out on another half century in this format. Done all the hard work.
Right, so lots of company around him. Amiru Django. When you're looking at the big screen and you're looking to see where the ball pitches and that trajectory from Hawkeye, his first ever test match wicket. Never forget your first. Gets off the mark, I think, with a boundary. We'll await confirmation from the umpire. Yes, it's 4. Maybe a little bit streaky. Doesn't matter. 69 for 2.
Man is holding his head, and this is the reason. If Amiru Django had missed that delivery, all 3 stumps won offer. Did well to get bat on it. A bit fortuitous.
Huge shout from Muhammad Ali. I am not interested. I wonder if Baba Azam is thinking about Sajid Khan off spinner because of the left-handed Amiru Django in the not too distant future. This was the appeal. Height and perhaps outside off as well. No interest from behind. You can see nothing from Rizwan. Yeah, he might be featuring imminently. Might just be the last over in the spell from Muhammad Ali. Can he get another? This might not help his cause in getting another over, that is. Along the leg side, nothing that Rizwan can do. They did reinforce that slip cordon. Reintroduce the gully in addition to the 3 slips. This one badly lined to start and going further away.
In that long spell, this is 9 overs for Muhammad Ali. But the intent is also very clear that he wants to bowl a bit straighter. Wants to bowl at the batters. So heavily on that consistency and control. Subtle changes, but he normally wants to bowl stump to stump line.
Yeah, you can see that there's a change of plan. Couple deliveries angling back into the right-handed Kavem Hodge, trying to swing the ball away previously to get that outside edge. Now he's showing different plan of attack. Very humid. Really sure which direction this particular session is heading. Pakistan, they've gotten one relatively early to add to their tally.
Outswing bowler, so bowling that in-swing delivery just to sort of get the batter to play or not play, because he's trying to set up that LBW shout or scenario. Has been a long spell from him.
Just the 4 byes in the over. 73 for 2.
Spin has not played much of a factor in this series so far, but here at the Queen's Park Oval, it's central. Ali Usman picking up the first wicket to spin so far. With conditions as spin friendly as they are, Windies will have to bat very well here in these conditions. All of a sudden on these two batters. Hodges faced 24 deliveries for just 2. Dangu, he's continued to look positive throughout. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Yet to score 100 here at the Queen's Park Oval in first-class cricket. 14 innings, 311 runs, 250s at an average of 26. Joined by former West Indies all-rounder Carlos Brathwaite. What have you made of proceedings so far here on a truncated day one?
Tell you what, if for Ali Usman, I'll be smiling. Or spinning the 8th over. You'd have probably felt like a spare part in Taruba. Now all of a sudden he'll be the main man, so it is a different challenge. Wouldn't be expected to be as defensive as he was in Taruba. He started well. They set nice in and out fields, enough fielders around the back to try to create some chances. It's been a good contest.
One's aerial, but not quite to the fielder. Looks like Sajid Khan in that position. Gets through these overs very quickly indeed. 19 gone, it's 77 for 2.
I don't think you're expecting Sajid Khan to come up with diving grab, but it bunked short anyway. What I have liked in this series is players athletically inclined players. Sajid Khan has earned
Sajid Khan into the attack, 16 matches. Decent bowling average. Best of 8 for 42. Think back to the last time West Indies would have toured Pakistan. He was instrumental in that first test win.
Catch it!
Once hit hard. Orthodox sweep. Gets to that fielder behind square very quickly indeed. So this pair look like they're going to look to knock these Pakistan spinners off their length. The use of that sweet shot in particular.
Enjoyed watching him play so far because it's not just a slog sweep for slog sweeping's sake. It's a nice square sweep. Technically it looks proficient. Head out in front, hands out in front, and really sweeping it hard and through the line of the ball. Is one way to put the spinners off. So to drag that length back, and that's when you can rock back and punch and cut and pull.
Again, big turn. Sajid Khan, his first test match in the Caribbean. He must be feeling like he's at home at the moment.
That is steer.
It's always been spin-friendly conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Even when the West Indies were in their pomp, 4 fast, 4 quicks, doing damage. But spinners always played a crucial role. Only 32 overs of spin in that previous test match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba. I was saying earlier, I expect a lot more overs in this match from the spinners, both teams. Opts to go for the sweep again, bit of a top edge. It just seems a bit manic at the moment. Carlos Brathwaite. 79 for 2.
A little bit of a top edge. Again, still hands out in front. There's still a lot to like about the sweep shot. The execution maybe not 100%. Maybe a little bit more aerial than he would like. But it isn't a bad option. It gives the spinners something to think about. It forces them to consider a change in length.
Batters to come. Three Barbadians coming in 5, 6 at 7. This is the strength of this West Indian batting lineup, middle order, especially in 2026, been vastly improved. That's what Django's going to do. He's going to pull the sweeps out, but also he's got that option to use his feet and smother the spin.
Very, very good against spin, and you can see why. Options is a word that you hear a lot. Talk about good batters against spin, the sweep, the pull, using the feet.
If he got some bat on that.
There'll be a few uncles home upset with how the last couple of overs have gone. The amount of sweeps, no reverse sweep. I like it. So much times you're forced. Having a look at the setup. The alley-oops, man. Then just increase the pace, flatter, straighter, on the money. But so often West Indies spinners are never allowed to settle because teams are sweeping, reverse sweeping, using the feet. And as West Indians, we kind of get happy with staying at home and hoping there's a half volley somewhere along the line. Can you pull out these shots, not to get boundaries potentially or to be reckless, but to manipulate the field and get the bowlers off the line of length? Of course you have to practice it, which nowadays it's a staple of most of the batters. They get some throwdown, some will start on one knee, just get the hands out in front, the head out in front. Then you practice going down from your stance to do both. So at any position, you're able to adjust to get back on ball.
Just down the leg side, slightly. This is what he's done very well. He's varied his pace. Yet another rapid over. 21 gone, it's 81 for 2. Another sweep. This time it's gone fine. Work for Shah to do. Does well. All the exuberance of youth on show. Young man on debut. He'll be waiting, chomping at the bit for his next spell. This was the previous over. Reverse sweep from Hodge into the ground. It was near the boot. In fact, it was into the ground, so no real chance for Salman Aliaga at first slip. Though Hodge is 6 of 34, he looks busy, doesn't he? Quite found the boundaries yet.
And that's the thing about intent. Intent does not always mean hitting boundaries. But he's shown intent to try to get the bowlers off the line of length. Ran hard between the wickets, whether it be his runs or his partner's runs. So look, he can get out now, it's cricket. But this is the way you want to start. If you don't get away to a flyer, boundaries and bad balls, and you've been restrained a bit, keep that positive intent.
Just quickly, what do you think of the role that spin is playing here on day one? Bit too much of a role, you think, for West Indies at home hunting a first Test series victory against Pakistan in 20-odd years?
100%. I think for so many years we've been struggling to find how do we make home a fortress. Last summer we took Australia every day into the second innings, neck and neck, seam versus seam. Close and hits. Good cricket. Good cricket again. Finish that next over. 22 gone, 85 for 2.
One for Ali and one for Usman so far here on day one. Good batting. Very good batting this from Jangu. Coming down the crease, smothering the spin. Usman's been good. He's been central here in this second Test match. His left arm orthodox. Goes around the wicket now to Hodge. Still got the slip in. And behind square on the offside. Short leg. Close catch is still in here.
Yeah, just to pick up a topic from the last over. Saw that we can go toe to toe with the Australian seam attack, but we're just lacking at the right moments to come away with one Test victory. It didn't look like they have any draws. Then this summer, you look at the seam against Sri Lanka, you look at the seam in the first Test, all 40 wickets. all of a sudden we've come to a ranked Turner. Is that in our best interest? We'll wait to see how it plays out, but I don't think it is.
That's close. That's close. Umpire Kettleborough isn't interested. Maybe just sneaking down that leg side, but it's a close appeal indeed. Got a few seconds here, Baba. I don't think he'll choose to go upstairs. The timer's gone. Hit 0. Had a very good review a couple overs ago to dismiss Brandon King. Here again, just a bit quicker. That was very close indeed. That healer extra cover come through for a single. Pakistan will definitely not have overrate issues in this match, as you see that previous delivery, umpire's call. But if he did give that out, he went upstairs, he would have to go. But Usman Ali has been a threat here in this second test, a constant threat. Had their overrate issues in that previous test match. Opting to go with the 2 spinners, and they're in the action early here on day 1, getting through these overs quickly. Hodges here in a way for a single. 23 overs gone, it's 87 for 2. Here comes Ralphie, and we'll have a drink. .23 overs gone. West Indies find themselves 87 for 2. Spin proving central here on day 1. Usman Ali picked up his first wicket, and Brandon King top scoring with 46 off 50. A fluent innings indeed.
Yeah, Brandon came out with real positive intent. One major change he's made to his stroke play today, just letting it come to him a little bit more, allowing it to come under the eyes and then to time it as sweetly and as elegantly as we know he can. And for a while he was better than a runner ball off the seam. The spin slowed him down. Eventually got him out. Spin of Ali Usman. One for the team so far. And Muhammad Ali being somewhat of a cult hero on this tour so far. 1 for 25. He got the first.
This was the first wicket to fall today with Shandapal. He was looking very positive indeed, taking on that short ball. Tried to keep it down in the end, picked out Sajid Khan at fine leg. Was probably better served hitting up, looking to hit that 1 for 6. Looked so much more fluent in this innings. That's something he'll have to take forward into his test career. And Brandon King, a good piece of bowling round the wicket, just pitched in line. Pakistan opting to use the review system brought success. The fluency, or the fluent Brandon King had to go so far. Since then, Pakistan are just trying to spin a web around these West Indian players, but it's been a good rearguard action from this pair. They've looked to be busy, looked to knock them off their lengths. More often with the sweep, the little ramp as well. Staying proactive. Like Carlos, it seems like something's going to happen almost every delivery now.
Definitely kept interested. Whether it's a sweep, whether it's a chance, it's a ball riding, and a run for a single, a quick single, a two. It's all happening. Look, day one is moving there.
Pakistan's perspective, I'd love to see another close catcher on the offside. Really put pressure on this front foot defense of Jangu.
You could bring him from short mid wicket with the amount of turn you're getting. If he wants to go over or through the leg side, a glove. A call from the umpire. I don't think he called extras. Jangu wants to go against the turn through the leg side. It presents a catch for the same close catcher, presents a catch for extra cover, or even the bowler. So you need to find creative ways to use the field to your advantage.
Both these batters as well have got to stay cognizant of the fact that they don't want to get rushed here. Pakistan are motoring through these overs, both Khan and Usman. Being a tad bit slower, so they're varying their pace very well. It's 88 for 2. Boundaries so far, 7 of them hit by Brandon King in that innings of 46. Keep an eye on the speeds here of both these Pakistan spinners. Good. That's good. Just gets down to the other end. At times he's found rotating the strike a bit more difficult throughout this series. That first test against Sri Lanka faced over 100 deliveries for 30 odd. but he played his role in terms of wearing down that Sri Lankan attack. Here it's slightly different. And I have to find a way to keep pressure on these Pakistan spinners. Jangu has been good. He's accessed that ball with the bat. Got that bat slightly out in front of that pad.
Does help when you don't have that silly mid off. He was a very good player of spin. You taught to get that bat in front of the pad. Doing it good so far, Amir Jangu. And the rotation like that on the back foot, in a hurry, into the gap, run a single. And what I love about what they've done so far, 25 the partnership on 49. So they're not putting up trees, but they're giving you a template as to how to bat, manipulate, rotate the strike against spin, and bat in tandem, right hand, left hand combination. It's been good to watch so far.
A really quick over this from Usman Ali. 25 overs gone. It's 90 for 2. Not sure Amir Jangu knew where that one ended up. Fast bowling coach Ravi Rampal there. It'd be interesting to hear what he thinks of conditions on day one. Not in the 11 today. Again, just a bit of an outside edge. Down to that short third man region for 1. Every over they are just milking 2 or 3. Pakistan seems like they've got their tails up at the moment. Both spinners hitting their areas, varying their pace quite well. Big gap through the offside there. Ups the ball across. Was that a bit of glove? Sajid can't think so. Good bit of movement by Rizwan, but he's not interested. LBW will possibly come into play. Did get a long way outside that off stump, and he's gone upstairs.
TV umpire to director with a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Will we go to front on when ready, please? Ball passes close to the bat there. Can we go to ultra edge when ready, please? Yeah, you can freeze that there. Ball clearly comes off the glove there. Yeah, go back. Yeah, and then just play it through to the catch. So the ball clearly comes off the glove. And then play it through to the keeper, please. Straight into the gloves. Just keep playing it through, keep playing it through, keep playing it through. Yeah, catch is clearly taken. Madden, gonna have to get you to reverse your decision to out. You're on screen signal now.
So Hodge was on his way. Hodge was on his way before the umpire even gave that decision. He saw that little spike, the ball taking the glove. Sajid picks up his first wicket here in the Caribbean. Hodge goes for 10. It's 91 for 3. A small smattering of Pakistan fans here at the Queen's Park Oval will be happy with what they've just seen. That wicket of Hodge brings Shea Hope to the crease. Have a look at that. As we said earlier in the series, almost a career of 2 halves for Hodge. For Hope, sorry. But this was the Hodge wicket. A bit of glove, then taking the forearm. Fantastic work by Rizwan. Recognizing that Hodge was looking to play that sweep. Moved early down the leg side, and look at the congratulations. Sajid Khan, his first wicket here in the Caribbean. And all of a sudden, Pakistan on top. Bit of pressure on Hope here. Short leg, man around the corner, first slip. The close catchers. Successful over that for Sajid Khan. West Indies 91 for 3. The short session, that first session, but so far in this second session it's been all Pakistan. 2 wickets for just 42. Very spin friendly conditions here. Lovely chicken there. We're in Trinidad, so we know that's not jerk. A bit of barbecue. Is it curry chicken or chicken curry, as they say? What do you say, Carlos?
Food. Regardless, it looks delicious. My boy is holding a styrofoam container as big as him, and he's not sharing at all.
Like he's got lunch and tea in one there. Once again, how quick are Pakistan getting through these overs? 4 deliveries, absolutely rapid. Was the quicker one. Slightly quicker, more into the pitch. But not the same amount of purchase off this Queen's Park over wicket. The ones that have been just a tad bit slower that we've seen really turn. Again, looking to advance, smothering the spin. A maiden from Usman. Still 91 for 3. About 20 minutes left in this session. Sajid Khan to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion. This was that catch. Brilliant anticipation from Mohammad Rizwan. Look how early he moves down that leg side. Had to track the ball as well. Fantastic bit of wicket keeping that from the veteran behind the stumps. Look how happy they are, Baba and Rizwan. Again, a bit of turn, maybe just a tad bit short. Off the mark is Hope. Field will adjust this left-hand, right-hand combination. Oh, that was close. As the inside edge there, it was quite aerial. Times they've had that man around the corner, Carlos. But look at that, getting that bat out in front of that front pad.
Something happening every ball. What I would say, I've enjoyed watching the West Indian batters so far to spin, have multiple options. Shea Hope and the Django use the feet to come down. Hodge played the sweep to his detriment as well. So seeing the reverse sweep come out. A few different options. It no longer will be the West Indies team that will just stand and block the spin or hit it for 6.
They're wearing his maroon polo. Great to see the fantastic support here for the West Indies. In an expectant crowd, another rapid over from a Pakistani spinner. Sajid Khan this time, 28 gone, it's 94 for 3.
flashback almost to January 2025 when Babar Azam was part of a Pakistan team that played against the West Indies in Multan, and the pitches spun. Shea Hope wasn't on that tour, and he climbs into that one and gets it all the way.
Yeah, the first maximum of this West Indies innings. He pitched up and not afraid. Shea Hope sort of released that pressure. It's a good stride and good contact.
Long off has gone back. After that shot was played with the 100 coming up. They've got to work hard here, West Indies. Got to work very, very hard for each run with the ball spinning as it is. That's what we're talking about. In Pakistan last year, it spun like a top, and the West Indies were able to come back from going 1-0 down in the first test to square the series. This is spun.
Yeah, as we have seen with a few previous deliveries. Well, this is good from Pakistan. The two spinners have sort of slowed things down. The guilty party.
Spinners slowing things down. Back as well to when Pakistan were preparing those pitches at home to assist their spinners. Noman Ali, the veteran left-arm spinner, would operate for extended periods with Sajid Khan. And Abra Ahmed stuck in between there, and difficult for them to get consistent results, but left-arm spinner, right-arm off spinner. 100 for 3. Django and Sajid Khan clashed last year. Sajid got him twice in the second test match, one sweeping and one with the arm ball running on. Django will have to fight back. If you walked 15 minutes from here to Bonds Road, St. James, he lives right there. He knows the conditions. Walked home there. Plays here at Queen's Park Cricket Club. Went to Merry Boys for a while after his dad used to bring him to the clinic here at age 6. Important runs. They're begging him to slide and stop it. They get 2.
Really good to see the crowds out on a Sunday here in Trinidad and Tobago. We're in full support.
This time Ubey does throw himself and stop it and restricts it to 1. Django threw his head back because he felt they should have gotten that through the gap for 4.
It's a good cut shot. the transfer of the weight, but an even better fielding performance from Ubecha.
Three for three. Stacey and King mentioned the crowd is built up here, and a group of hearing impaired fans enjoying the action here today with a sign language commentator helps them to really soak in and enjoy the experience. I like that. No, Stacey and King loves it as well.
Pleasure of meeting them a few years ago at this very venue. So eager to learn, eager to see the different teams, the different players. Go! It's such a lovely venue. Got to show the emotions. It's a job that I possibly would not take, but she's excellent.
Yeah, why you wouldn't take it?
Yeah, I've got to learn sign language first.
You're a guide person like yourself will pick that up quickly. Mid-wicket is coming to short and catching. Beautiful from Amir Django.
It's the first time this pair is batting together. Django and Hope. He looks so comfortable. Familiarity because he is from these parts. He has played on the surface. Represents Queen's Park Cricket Club as well. Amir Django. It's just something about every stroke he plays. The crowd, his family, who's possibly filtered in. They're all in support.
I'm surprised if they're all here. I mentioned it's just about a 4-minute drive, 15 minutes down the road in a little St. James thoroughfare. And it's one of the nice things about the Queen's Park Oval, that you can walk in from the surrounds of St. James, you can come through from Maraval, you can just walk into Port of Spain City if you like. Easy access. Disuse against left arm spin in the New Zealand series a couple of times. 109 for 3. Slip in place, short leg in place, good attack. It's magnificently played. It wasn't a horizontal bat shot, it was more of a vertical bat shot. And to be able to generate that power is quite pleasing for Shehu.
It's a use of the crease and the movement. They're just opening up that hip. Feeler there. Gets it past him and it just runs away.
Love watching Sajid Khan bowl, 32 years of age. His dad was an army man, but he lost his dad at a young age, and he had to take responsibility, Stacey Ann, for the finance of the family. He sold mobile phones, he gripped bats. He moved to the UAE at one point and worked at the airport in the UAE. But his mom said, you come back home and give professional cricket a try.
Oh, yes, buddy.
And he has that particular celebration where he says, I do it because coming through the system, I always get dropped after, even if I've had a good performance. So it's his way of celebrating his successes. 15 wickets the last time these two teams met in a test series last year. Quest of mum, he's come back and he's made a test career for himself. Nice shot. He's a sweeper, Django, and it's only retrieval. 118 for 3.
Fierce competition in the middle, fierce competition in the stands.
Looking further west past the towers, on Woodbrook Place to the islands, down the islands. If you go further around there, there's been a few rigs over the last couple of years developed and built out that way.
Yes, buddy.
Now the last ball of the previous over swept off the line, going down leg, just helped. Good control, good intent from Amir Django.
Got a man in at a short extra cover. Shea Hope likes to just push the ball inside out. Misread a couple of arm balls and different lengths in the ODI series against New Zealand. So someone is in his eye line. May force him to try to nudge the ball squarer to release the pressure for that single, thereby playing with less bat. A very strategic position for number 15.
Exactly what you were mentioning. Soft hands waiting for the delivery to come through and just working it past that fielder. Bit of cards. Me, all fours.
don't have that deep square leg for Shield. He's not a sweeper. 120 for 3. Sporting complex and the Hazley Crawford Stadium with the lights on in the background. Showing freeway down there, you have Fatima College, the cricket ground on the right. I should say the sporting facility of Fatima College on the right. Lara's alma mater, of course, and Amir Django went there actually. He went to St. Anthony's College and also to Fatima College.
Yeah, just thinking that he has missed out, Amir Django. It's just the confidence on the surface. He knows the surface as previously mentioned. Of club cricket, national cricket here.
Watching Brian Lara, and the last time Pakistan played here, Brian Lara got, I think he got 92 or 96, and he was bowled by Asif Mushtaba, padding off out of the rough. West Indies won that test match. Maiden over, 120 for 3.
Very lovely pictures of further west, Port of Spain.
That view, foreshore heading to the west. Fatima College just bottom right, and sports ground across the street, and of course the football stadium, Hazley Crawford Stadium. Big up to, I think, Jareem Richards, who won a medal in the Commonwealth Games recently. The sports complex, the great, excellent queen of netball, to whom it was named.
About 60 seconds, tell him newspaper. Quick. Game warning. 73 seconds.
If you talk about Jean Pay and just the exploits of the Jamaican women's netball team, who would have won against Australia to seal a spot into the final of Commonwealth Games. On to Will Silver. Came second place to New Zealand, who won that tournament. I think it was excellent because very rare you find a team that gets the better of an Australian team, especially in netball. Close to them taking the silverware.
was going to sweep there again, you know, and change his mind, Shea Hope.
Yeah, very watchful as to the length. From 87 to the fastest 96. All these variations are on the stumps as well, on that stump line.
Yeah, you got to battle. You got to really battle. In addition to looking to score, you have to trust your defense. 120, another maiden. 120 for 3.
Yeah, challenge for these two batters, but very watchful. Ship 29 from 56. First time batting together, these two.
Work, and Jamel Warrican certainly worked in Pakistan with 19 wickets last year, and he should come more into the action in this contest. Since that series, he hasn't always gotten conditions to work with, like against Australia, for example. Last year in the test match down in Tarouba, didn't have much to do, but he should get more opportunity in this test match after what he did against Pakistan last year. Enjoyed so many things, Stacey-Ann, about the first test in Tarouba. Will there be any reverse swing? It may still be too early, but with the sandpaper-like surface, what you do find is that the ball can accelerate or be hastened in its scuffing up, and you can get reverse swing early at times. As we know, Nazim, his older brother, made his international debut at 16 in Australia. Got a 5-wicket haul a few test matches later, but he debuted shortly after their mom died. There was a noise, here's a noise! Yes, it's a first test match wicket for Ubaid Shah. It's a strangle. He won't complain. Django will. First ball back. And he'll be messaging Nazim, his older brother, tonight and say, I'm there with you now.
The Pakistani supporter happy for this breakthrough. Delivery going down the leg and just trying to glance it off his hips. The pace has made the impact immediately. Django will be disappointed, but he goes for 26 from 55. 120 for 4, West Indies. And now it's time for a drink break.
Last time West Indies beat Pakistan in a series, it was 2000. And they would have come into this with a 1-0 lead. Pakistan have struck back, though, with 4 wickets falling, Stacia.
Yeah, the first to go was Tater and Chandapal, pulling a delivery to deep short, to deep fine leg. It was an excellent catch. Mohamed Ali picking up the first wicket. Plan that went just as they wanted. The second was Brandon King, the first wicket to spin. It was reviewed. Showed that it was pitching in line, the impact, it was in line, and it was hitting the wicket. Really good from Brandon King in terms of his batting. And then Kavim Hodge, another decision that had to be reviewed, and it showed just the glove, ball just coming off the glove. But it was really good from Rizwan, who made the adjustment because of the sweep shot being implemented and going down the leg side to take that dismissal. Django trying to flick this one seam on after a prolonged period of spinners. An excellent catch again from Mohamed Rizwan, and elated for Ube Shah. His first delivery back gets the hometown boy confirmation of that edge. Disappointment, the shake of the head. Pakistan supporters in, and they all gathering around this bowling lineup. Brings Justin Graves into the middle, 18 matches, 930 runs.
Very scrambled seam, that one that got Django out. Just keep an eye on his seam position, Ubaid Shah. 18 wickets in that Under-19 World Cup. Robbed him of a few by saying 15, but bat got away from Django. He was pushing outside of his body and ahead of himself. Just looking at the release again. Very, very scrambled, deliberately so, I would think. You feel for guys like that with their story. Older brother Unain and of course Nazim. Nazim has played international cricket. Unain still plying his trade. And they've got an older brother, a couple older brothers, one Naeem, who played a little bit of cricket as well, maybe club level, but before their mom passed, I think in 2019, just before Nazim made his test debut, Naeem promised his mother that he would become a doctor, and he's gone on to do that successfully. But because Nazim, who dad wanted him to focus on his education, didn't follow through on education and became an international cricketer, these ones are followed. Graves is following that to the boundary, short and wide, and thank you.
There's always risk reward with the seamers coming back on, and this is just a little too short from Ubaid Shah. Justin Graves, who's had an exceptional first innings, cuts and cuts nicely.
Top of the stumps. I still think that you want to target the top of the stumps without being too straight. Occasionally branch out across that.
Control played upish, but away from the fielder.
How long they'll just get before Sajid can back into the attack. Ubaid has done well by getting the breakthrough. Rest for the off spinner before you get him back in again. The length that 1-2-4 for 4.
Starts for the top 4. Been dismissed. Hope, Graves, Captain Chase. Coach Warwickon still to come.
Shot that he just likes to open the face and get it into the gap for at least one. It was very full that time. Did it in the ODIs. He just got himself in trouble a couple of times.
It's almost as though he's inviting She-Hope to play that shot again. He was hit for 6 in a few deliveries prior. So flighting. But then you'll see that subtle change coming in.
So you have to battle. As you know, you have to trust your defense. It doesn't guarantee you anything. I thought Kovem Hodge and She-Hope were good in the first innings in the first test. Shan Masood obviously had different fluctuations. I thought Babar Azam played a wonderful innings in the, apart from whether you think he should have had more strike.
Catch it!
Inside edge there. Inside edge, and that's why the short leg is in.
Yeah, the length. Just pulling back that length. Usman. Started off full. And he's adjusted as the over prolongs.
Against seamers. That's why you had to trust your defense as a top order player. It's spinning on a bit more here, 4.2 degrees compared to 3 degrees in that first test. So it's a different challenge. Same principles, application. Maiden over, 1-2-4 for 4.
Couple fast bowlers, a couple spinners in operation so far for Pakistan. Each of them with a wicket. And for a couple of them, their first ever test match wicket. Yeah, there is some movement there, lateral movement. I don't know if that was organic or if that's just a natural variation, a wry smile from Justin Graves. Famous former West Indian. His name adorns that players gallery of that 1975 World Cup win. This will go for 4.
Justin Graves in full flight, over pitch from Ubaid and punished.
Shea Hope was the epitome of save your legs, son. Elegant as always, even with the half stop. Still timed well enough. Outfield has been lightning fast. Getting full value for your shots. Fielder and Barazam gave up. Shea Hope was uninterested in useless kilometers in the legs.
There'll be at least a couple. Even with the rainfall around this outfield, is still very quick. If you timed and traveled across the surface of the outfield quite quickly. Just on top of the bounce, controlling that backward of point. Required a rapid chase. Justin Graves has been such a pivotal member of this West Indian lineup. He's gotten quite a number of Player of the Match awards. In fact, since the start of 2024, gotten the second most. Travis Head with 5 Player of the Match awards. And Wetmore Justin Graves is next on that list with 4. Such as his contribution to the West Indies team, both with bat and ball. 5-wicket haul in that previous test. So a century in that series against Sri Lanka. So he's gaining a reputation of being a great all-rounder for this team. But for now, his focus is with the bat. How have you seen his growth, Carlos?
Yeah, put his performances aside for the moment. I think the biggest compliment you can give him is that the Test team has not missed Jason Holder, someone who was #1 all-rounder in the world a few years back, someone who at the end of his playing days will be remembered as one of the better players, bat, ball in the field, and with his tactical nose as a skipper in our era. So for Justin Graves to seamlessly take over from him, take to the role like a duck to water, and excel in his own way and in his own right is a compliment. Done a fantastic job performance-wise, and now the results are following up. 130 for 4.
Healthy opening partnership for the West Indies, 49 in relatively quick time. Couple 20s. They're hoping that this one can go big. It's an important one with Chase and then the bowlers to come. Look at that again. We've seen quite a few from him. His figures sort of belie the way he's bowled so far in this innings. The drift in and then the purchase from the surface. Just 1 wicket to show for his effort so far. And that forces shots like these. When you see the amount of turn he's getting from the surface, as a batter, there are doubts in your mind.
What I love about him, he bowled a ball a few overs now, Shea Hope, outside the off stump. He slapped it for 6. Ever since then, he's been on the stump, forcing him to make a decision in a defensive way. Like that, nothing loose outside of the stump for him to free his arms. He's mixing his pace beautifully, the length, What would tell you that length he was given because of the sweep. It's a real cat and mouse game.
Yeah, that has brought about a change in feel. Baba Azam himself goes into that gully position. And now he moves that mid-wicket to square leg. Very close to the umpire. So there's that vacant mid-wicket region if Justin Graves wants to turn his bat. Also has a short cover catching. This requires real control from Ali Usman. So far he's provided it. There's no fielder deep leg side. In fact, only 3 fielders on the leg side, including that silly mid-on. Now look at vacant areas there right off screen. Very little margin for error.
That's exactly what he wants Justin Graves to do. Close that back face against the turn. I must say I've been a little bit impressed with Babar Azam's captaincy and how proactive he's been post-lunch. Definitely a better captain to spin. Just feel as though he's more at home setting plans to spin versus pace. 131 for 4.
West Indies would be pleased with their opening partnership. Just wonder what they'll be pleased with overall in the first innings. Average first innings score here in recent times quite healthy, close to 350. Ubaid Shah continues. Yeah, just back on Justin Graves and the number of Player of the Match awards he's gotten in his young career so far. I'm looking at the list since 2024. Travis Head with 5, Graves with 4, Alex Carey with 4, Mitchell Stark with 3. But of all of the names that I've called, they have played 50 tests or more. Justin Graves before this one just 17, and already he's registered as many as 4 Player of the Match awards. It really reinforces his value to this team. Yeah, this is his record, 31 test wickets, including that 5 for recently. That batting average to climb, he's gotten a double century, a couple other centuries as well.
Yeah, finally getting the appreciation he deserved, and it's come after a period of soul searching, I'd say, for him. Come out of the vaccines on 19, couldn't find a place in the Barbados team. And he just kept grafting away, working at his game. Batted in this position at 6 and 7, the batting all-rounder, batted at 4, bowled the new ball on occasion in first-class cricket, then went on to find himself in white ball, opening the batting. He had an injury that stopped him from bowling as much as he used to out of under 19 cricket, and I think that was a pivotal moment in his career, because now he stopped sharing duties between bat and ball and really honed in and zoned in on his batting. And I think that's what separates him from a few of the all-rounders that we've had in the past. Someone who probably slots in at 6 as an out-and-out batter, but then also adds value with the ball. Put himself under some pressure with the bat. be that batter to potentially bat at 5. To be able to do that, you have to score a weight of runs. I think he really started to believe in his batting ability and what he can do when he racked up those back-to-back 3-list A centuries in a row. So the penchant for big runs. A good head on the shoulders, and once he got into the Test arena, think back to some of the knocks and spells in Australia. Still doing the same things he was doing then, but it's coming together a bit better and the results have followed quite nicely. Could have been a wide, isn't called. That's the end of 40, 132 for 4.
Amir Jangu in discussion with Ravi Rampal. Yeah, right, Carlos. In terms of what we've seen from Baba Azam post-lunch and this field positioning, and the way the bowler himself has responded. Shehope likes to score. If you can keep him quiet for a couple overs, just might feel that you're in the game. We saw him trying to sweep the previous over because of that vacant area leg side, and also because of the uncertainty on what the ball is doing off the surface. This will be another boundary. Leg by signal.
But this is the one they could have swept on line. Well outside the leg stump. Probably didn't get into position quickly enough and then just settled for getting something on it. Really, really good, Sandra, to see a quick outfield in the Caribbean where you get full value for your shots played, and we've seen a lot of well-timed drives and punches. All of a sudden batters don't feel they need to overhit the ball. You can get into good positions, play good cricket shots, make good contact and get full value for your shots. I think what I liked post lunch as well, she went for the 6, but mid-off was up. Sent mid-off back, so he's always been ahead of the game, forcing the batter to think outside the box. Similarly, Justin Graves came in, extra gully, as is now gone in himself at second slip / gully. The mid-off is now gone back to long off, but I love to see that mid-off back in the circle, keep the pressure on the batting team. Much improved performance. 2 slips in play.
Yeah, there is some bat on that onto the pad. Trust in your defense. Don't be bothered by what's around you. The minute you start thinking about that gully, that slip, that silly mid-on, and you forget about you trusting your technique, and that's when problems occur. Use of the depth of the crease on that occasion, 138 for 4. The Queen's Park Oval in the foreground, the Queen's Park Savannah in the background, and then into the hills. And then Western Coast. Right, change in bowling from that pavilion end. Muhammad Ali back into the attack. Easy as you like. Oozing of elegance from Graves. Welcome back to the bowling attack, he says.
Sometimes the visual is enough. And on that occasion, I think it is high elbows, top of his toes to get on top of the bunks. And batting coach Floyd Reefer would have seen many of those from balls would have thrown in the nets. It's good to see a work come to fruition in the actual game. West Indies have done well to keep scoring. The game has never felt as though it stopped and stalled. A run rate just under 3.5 per over.
Yeah, what's the threat? That's what he's asking himself, Justin Graves. What is Muhammad Ali trying to do to get me dismissed? If I get a loose delivery, I put it away, and then I try to counter. What's his plan? Is he trying to bowl wicket to wicket to get me LBW? Is he looking to send me down to that slip cordon?
I think them first two balls, Muhammad Ali just trying to get to the crease and get through them. Looked a little stiff, and I'm sure he'll warm up as it goes on. This looks a little freer.
Yeah, the importance of spin in this test match, based on what we've seen from the surface. Shea Hope has countered it quite well. The use of the crease, using the turn, hitting in that direction against the off spinner. Against the left hand orthodox, you see that front part trying to keep that out of the way so you can access the ball quite nicely. So different approaches for the ball spinning in different directions was the 6.
What I really love about that Shea Hope package is how nimble he is on his feet. Sometimes we look at nimble movement of the feet as on your tippy toes down the track. But actually he just found a way to get back, transfer his weight, get his front foot out of the way, but keep his head and his hands in a good enough position to be able to punch through the offside or punch through the leg side. And it was all done by how quickly the feet move to get forward or to get back and to open up the area that he wants. It's really good to watch.
The other thing the West Indians will know is that if they can occupy the crease, if they can stay out there for the entirety of the day and into tomorrow, the more wear and tear they will be on the surface, in addition to the number of runs they'll score. At first test, there was parity in the first innings, just 29 runs, the difference. Either team will want to ensure that they get a greater stranglehold in the first innings. Does that go all the way for 4? It was just a push. Just a couple. Nice gentle push from Justin Graves again. 1-4-4 for 4.
Yeah, beautiful. Just allowing it to come. Now, ideally, you'd love to see that punch down the ground go all the way for 4. There's a little bit of respect for what's been a tricky pitch so far. Just intent on getting into a good position, full face of the bat, and accept what you get. West Indies have ticked along nicely.
Every bowler so far with a wicket will be the first to two. Just hoping for one more. We're heading closer to that T interval. Yeah, just sometimes you can misjudge the line because he's bowling wrong the wicket. Sometimes he goes a little bit wider and it appears as though the ball is going down the leg side, and you get down in that sweep position and all of a sudden it's the wrong line. So far Shai Hope has for the most part resisted trying to play that shot, even though no fielder's deep leg side, so he's put that out of his mind, looking to play ball on merit.
Something I'm watching, Sam, I'll probably need to message a few coaches in the break. Shai Hope is doing so much footwork. It looks like he's going nowhere, but he's always getting that front pad out of the way. So that press forward and then adjustment back is not always necessarily going deep in the crease, but sometimes it's separating his hips and allowing the front hip and pad to get out of the way and the back to come through. Like that. Oh. I do not want to see that again. There's a dive from a defender to block a shot if you're at the Football World Cup from Ubaid. Technique to get back deep and punch what should have been one. Miscalculation. That's 3 to Shai Hope's score.
Yeah, never tried to use his hands, was always going with his feet. Did stop one earlier in the day though with his foot, not on that occasion. 148 for 4. Very thankful that we've gotten good weather since before lunch when we had that interruption.
I apologize, sir. Samuel and myself will reimburse you. It apparently seems as though we are so boring you fell asleep. That's not our intention at all. The sublime drives and punches from Justin Graves, the intent from Shai Hope, not enough.
And these two are the leading run getters for the West Indies in this World Test Championship cycle. Hope and Graves over 700 runs each, and they forged some useful partnerships along the way. This one just getting started, really just 28. They know each other very well. They've spoken about the communication, the camaraderie, and just the joy of batting with each other. Both hail from Barbados. Played a lot of cricket through the ranks, coming through the system. Although Justin Graves represents the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in our domestic competition. Couple partnerships of note, 242 against Sri Lanka recently, 196 versus New Zealand recently. Those are massive partnerships. hoping that this one can be at least triple figures. The West Indians thinking for the first innings, Carlos, based on what we've seen so far from the surface.
Triple figures is a start. We've now gotten in, which has been quite easy. All the batters have gotten double figures so far. Question Floyd Reef would want to ask us batting coaches, which pair are going to weather the next storm? The next storm could be the break or the resumption after the break. It could be double spin again. It could be more innovative fields. Which partnership is going to grind out that period, come out on the other end, potentially be 50 or 60, and then be able to transfer the pressure onto the bowling attack post-T. That is the key. And if it's these two, we know they have a penchant for big runs. They could potentially back Pakistan out of the game on day one if they do it.
He tried to keep that one down, wasn't able to, but still gets himself a boundary. Yeah, he's just rehearsing now, perhaps what he should have done, which is go aerial from the get-go. 150 comes up for the West Indies.
Still been good bunks, you know. There's still been good bunks in the pitch for the seamers. That's just beneath shoulder height. Bend your back, you get something. Justin Graves trying to keep it down would be well advised to just go with it. If you're going, go with it. Muhammad Ali again feels aggrieved. Feels as though he's creating chances. None going to hand just yet.
Ever so often he gets one to nip back in. You can see how the seam is canted towards that leg slip region. That's that short option. You can see Justin Graves trying to get on top of the bounce, but it just got big on him and couldn't control it. Fortunate him didn't just guide it into a fielder's waiting hands. Hitting the bat hard, but solid defense. 152 for 4. Pope, Graves, Chase, Roach, Warrican, all very good friends on and off the field. Tough starts for the West Indians. Who's going to push on? Ball unchanged since he's come on, Ali Usman, from this media center end. Ever so often he's getting one delivery to bite off the surface. Yeah, that's another example of how well he plays the spin. That perhaps was a leg stump line, but he contorts his body and opens up to get that ball to mid-off. Other players might be looking to hit that down to mid-on. Some might even be trying to turn that to square leg. But Shea Hope opens up. You can see where that ball pitched. How he positions himself to hit the ball more or less in the direction from which it came. Less than 10 minutes now for that tea interval. That will be something that they're thinking about as well. And they go to that period without further loss. Pakistan will be desperate to get one more. And Aliaga can toss a few up as well. We haven't seen him in the series so far. Little bit flatter. A couple of runs from the over, 154 for 4. Confirmation of the wickets and the bowling options for Pakistan. 20 wickets for Salman Aliaga. We haven't seen him yet. Usman with his first in Test match cricket. Ubaid Shah with his first in Test match cricket as well. Misfield again. I think it's the captain this time. And results in another boundary. And guess who's the bowler? Muhammad Ali.
The disappointment on the face of Muhammad Ali is so loud without him uttering a word. It's a gorgeous shot from Justin Graves again, but this should be a dot ball. And look at this. It's almost as if he wants to say something, he wants to be upset, but it's happened so often in this series so far. And there is the captain as well. Watch what you say and how you say it. Muhammad Ali unlucky again. What we'd want is for West Indies cricket to continue being that institution of growth, and I think what we have as two Bajans at the crease, two persons I know well, Justin Graves from Empire, a real famous club and an institution of cricket. I remember coming up there hearing Empire versus Spartan almost as the biggest derby in club cricket in the world. They'd want to tell you that. You go Harrison College, you go to Spartan, if you go Combermere, you go to Empire. The level of responsibility if you go to any of those clubs, and a level of scrutiny as well that would prepare you for first class cricket if you ever reach that level. Shea Hope went the other route. He's at Pickwick. He would have gone to school in the UK. Queen's College Secondary School. Before that, Justin Graves, Combermere Secondary School, my alma mater. Shea Hope would have felt the professionalism of the English game. St. Bede's, Brighton. Went to school with Solly March. Brighton footballer. They have a good foundation of cricket knowledge that prepares them for the levels above. Not sure if Shea was privy to Kensington Oval being Pickwick's home ground, but for a number of years before the renovation in 2007 for the World Cup, Kensington Oval was home to Pickwick Cricket Club. Found the way to make it. He's found the way to make it his home nonetheless. White ball captain, batting himself into being somewhat of a test stalwart. Shea Hope Mark II.
Every great team, good team, they have a wonderful batting partnership. Think about Greenwich and Haynes back in the day. Think about Shiv and Lara and what they've done for the West Indies. Is this partnership, is the partnership between Hope and Graves, one to look out for more consistently in the future. Hope brings the composure, Graves brings the adaptability, and together they bring stability to the West Indies. Wide signal. Got too high. These two complement each other well.
How thankless of a job does it feel to be Muhammad Ali right now? Jaden Seals spoke earlier in one of the features about, you know, he enjoys Test cricket and he enjoys bowling 20 overs a day, but the challenge is getting out of bed the next day, walking to breakfast and to the bus. Before he even gets to cricket, there's a little bit of discomfort, and I can only imagine with this effort, there'll be a lot of discomfort for Muhammad Ali tonight and tomorrow. $161 for 4 on the cusp of tea.
Another glorious Shea Hope extra cover drive. Just marginally off Ali Usman and punish first ball of the over.
Reward for discipline and patience, good intent. Although he hasn't been hitting boundaries, he's been showing quite solid intent. And when the opportunity presents itself, bang, through the field. That is probably one of the first times in recent memory that Shea Hope has been beaten on length. Gone back to a quite full delivery. But he's missed it. Even the umpire. Even the umpire is aghast.
Ali Usman, I think, has bowled the entirety of this session. That is some effort. Penny for his thoughts. What's he thinking, Baba Azam? It's a few overs from Sajid Khan, the off spinner, 8 of them, picked up 1 for 23, but it's been workmanlike from Ali Usman with the 2 right-handers at the crease. Inside edge. This will be the last over before tea on day 1. Just 1 delivery remaining. And well watched by Shea Hope, takes a jog off the field. Will be tea, day 1 of the test match. West Indies 165 for 4. Indies lost 3 wickets in this session. Pakistan will be pleased with that. I just wonder overall where things stand at the moment. Who's the happier of the two teams? This partnership is worth 45 at the moment. Some questions for Baba. We'll have a discussion, no doubt, with the think tank. And they'll devise some plans for the final session of day one. It will be a protracted session, weather and light permitting. Muhammad Ali gave it a big effort. Ali Usman gave it a big effort. All of the bowlers, they've picked up at least 1 wicket, or 1 wicket each. Confirmation of the stats for all of the West Indian batters, every one of them getting into double digits. Being the top scorer so far. But it's Hope and Graves, whose partnership of 46. They've taken the West Indies to 165 for 4. 49, the best partnership so far, coming for the first wicket.
All 4 Pakistan bowlers with a wicket each. The pick has been Ali Usman. Bit part for the first test, but played a very central role so far in test number 2 on day 1. Last session started with Hodge and King, who continued in fine fashion. Thought that it was Brandon King's day out. A seemingly innocuous appeal turned down, reviewed, and we thought it pitched outside leg, and you saw it turn red there. You knew he was in trouble, and ultimately lost his wicket. Review retained, wicket out. Amir Django came out and played a plethora of sweeps. Showed all his options against spin in tandem with Calvin Hodge, which eventually was to his undoing. Good movement and anticipation from Mohammad Rizwan, and Salman Ali got slip. Mohammad Rizwan being the one on this occasion to cut the angle and enforce a wicket for Sajid Khan. Shehok came out filled with intent, and him and Amir Django tried to make some sort of inroads into putting some pressure on the Pakistani bowlers. They defended well, and when the opportunity arose, they played the strokes, they found the boundary. All looked so controlled until the first ball of pace in this session. Ubaid Shah, maiden test wicket, a strangle. And from a strangle to the sublime, Justin Graves, ever elegant, ever poised. It was a joy to watch his stroke play on what has been a fantastic outfield, like lightning. Pakistan didn't always show their best in the field. Ubaid Shah on that occasion. You see one from the skipper in a bit, and in between there, Justin Graves and Shehok continued. This was Babar Azam, to the dismay of Muhammad Ali again. Just on the cusp of tea, a freebie accepted by Shehok to go into the tea interval with a strong partnership with Justin Graves of 45. First session truncated, 9.5 overs in total, but a full session in between lunch and tea. A run rate of 3.1 and 3 wickets. Pretty even at this stage, and an even session all told. We take a break and get some analysis on the other side.
That is top class.
Back here at the Queen's Park Oval after a truncated first session, Pakistan after lunch found their rhythm, found their mojo, and they fought back quite nicely, picking up wickets in that session between lunch and tea. 3 of them to be absolutely spot on with some good glove work. A first test match wicket for Ubaid Shah. What that means is that the West Indies, having chosen to bat first, are 165 for 446 to Brandon King. A couple of 20s for Hope and Graves, who are still at the crease, a partnership of 45. 47 overs completed and a wicket apiece for Ali, Ubaid, Usman and Sajid. 2 spinners in Pakistan's lineup today. Glorious shot overlooking Queen's Park Oval. Thank you very much for staying with us for our tea chat here at the Queen's Park Oval alongside Stacey Ann King and Mally Richards. We had 9.5 overs, Stacey Ann, possible in the morning session, 45 for 1, but 3 wickets going down in the middle session. All action.
Yeah, I thought it was really good from Pakistan. They struggled a bit to find their lines, the seamers. But when we saw that 1 over spin, which we thought was just to change ends for Muhammad Ali, it sort of brought something into them as to why not, continue with spin. I thought it was excellent from them in terms of the setup. H and Chandapal being dismissed or being literally falling into that trap. Brandon King was next, and again, spin picking up a wicket and playing an important role in this match.
Yeah, it was a fantastic bit of bowling. You spoke about Stacey and just how important spin has been. Fantastic bit of work there by Rizwan, anticipating down the leg side. Tiny bit of glove. It was Pakistan session, and then strangled down the leg side. The first ball from Ubaid Shah's new spell and his debut test match wicket. So all in all, it's been good test match cricket, good batting, good bowling. It's evenly poised for me.
And we love test match cricket when the bowlers are in the game. I have to say that the first test match, I thought it was brilliant watching, and we've had some brilliant glove work here from Mohammad Rizwan. He's been under a little bit of fire, actually, back at home. But talk us through this.
Yeah, the anticipation, as mentioned by Mally Richards, it was just amazing because he realized that the sweep shot was coming out from Kavim Hodge. So to move down the leg side, because he knows that there might be a possibility, and for that possibility to sort of stand out just off the glove. He scored a few boundaries, Kavim Hodge, but this was excellent from Rizwan in terms of his anticipation.
Yeah, it's big glove work. I thought his catch, his footwork to make the Django catch look very simple, Mally, was also critical. We can overlook those sort of things.
Yeah, it's a small thing, but that footwork, the small steps, anticipation, moving very well down the leg side. It probably wasn't the way that Ubaid Shah was anticipating taking his first test wicket. But have a look at that. Sharp movements to get there. Small steps. Have a look at this. Off the face of the bat. He makes a couple sharp movements to his right and then lays out. Takes it very comfortably indeed. And that's exactly what the young man would have wanted to see.
You talk to a lot of the great wicketkeepers, the good wicketkeepers, and we often look at the hands, but they say that the footwork determines so many outcomes for them. So once those wickets fell, we had a wonderful partnership with the West Indies wicketkeeper batsman Shea Hope and Justin Graves, and it took them out of a little bit of a difficult spot.
Yeah, I think once pace came back on, it sort of brought a few more boundaries, and it sort of brought things back into the favor of West Indies as of now. But the seamers might have been just a bit guilty of searching, so they overpitched a bit. They bowled too short at times, and that sort of gave West Indies the momentum just post-lunch in this little period of play.
As we look forward then, do we expect to see Sajid Khan back into the attack? Even though we talk too much about matchups in the modern game, do we expect to see Sajid after tea?
Oh, 100%. We've had 28 overs of spin so far here on day one. Only 32 overs in that whole test match in Tarouba. So it just tells us spin is going to play a massive, massive impact here. Right-handers, left-handers, it doesn't matter. It plays into Pakistan hands. Look at that one, spinning off the straight arm ball. I thought they varied their pace really well, and I'll expect to see more spin from both ends, and also at times it'll allow Babar Azam to rotate his seamers from the other end.
What I like about the partnership, particularly for me, is the commitment, trusting your defense. I don't know how it'll go after tea, but it was certainly very committed batting from Hope and Graves.
Yeah, I think they were clear with their minds as to how they wanted to score. We saw that sweep shot come out, and that was interesting to see because very often you tend to say West Indian batters do not play the sweep shot. So that sweep shot came in very handy at times.
Thank you very much, Stacey Ann King. Thank you very much to Mali Richards. More from my colleagues after the tea break. But things are well set up for the final session. Weather and light permitting should be another intriguing one. More to come after the break.
That is absolutely perfect.
Just like you, let's go.
That is top class.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. West Indies up against Pakistan. First day of the second test match. And just a reminder of where things stand at the moment, Hope and Graves, that partnership of 45. They've taken the West Indies to 165 for 4. Partnerships there, Chandapol and King for the first wicket. A healthy one, a good one of 49. And then this one into the 40s as well. For Pakistan, well, they've tried 4 bowlers so far, a couple of fast bowlers, a couple of spinners. Each of them has taken 1 wicket apiece. A first ever test wicket for Ubaid Shah, first ever test wicket for Ali Usman. Current run rate just around 3.5 at the moment. Players are making their way back out onto the pitch. And a healthy crowd all the way through that Carib stand. Both upper and lower decks. Cricket returning to the Queen's Park Oval, a venue that has hosted the most test matches of any venue in the West Indies. And we've come from one that hosted its first ever. So different ends of the spectrum, the Brana Cricket Academy and the Queen's Park Oval. I expect to see a lot of the younger ones and persons of all ages looking at this contest Sunday. We're in the school holidays as well. The expectation is that the crowds would come in, they will take in some of the action. They were well and truly entertained in game 1 of the series. Fascinating ebbs and flows. Might just be the case in this one as well, albeit from a different complexion. Lateral movement and the fast bowlers dominated at the Brana Cricket Academy. Might have a different dominating force this time around. A smattering of support for Pakistan as well. Very familiar pairing of Shea Hope and Justin Graves. We'll have to just reset slightly. Get their bearings going again. As they look to set up stall for this 3rd and final session. It's a change in bowling immediately. From that pavilion end, Sajid Khan will be reintroduced into the attack. The start is so important, both from a batting standpoint and from a bowling standpoint. Pakistan, they've been a little bit untidy in the field. And we're hoping they can show a greater level of improvement this time around. Alfie looking on quite intently. Right, what's the feel here? We do have a deep mid-wicket, square leg, short mid-wicket catching, silly mid-on, leg slip. So lots of company around Justin Graves to start things off for the final session of the day. Target straight away. Ian Bishop alongside me. Bishop in that T-show. Question was asked as to whether or not we'll see spin straight away. The off spinner, that is. And he's on immediately. Lots of legends there. Sajid Khan into the attack.
Yeah, spin was obviously going to come back with Sajid after he just bowled 8 overs before. Ali Usman was the more prolific use. Just saw that T-shirt there with the great and legendary Imran Khan on it, and my mind went back to the 1988 tour of the West Indies by Pakistan, Imran took something like 23 wickets in that series. He was brilliant in Guyana, good here at the Queen's Park Oval. Outstanding swinging the ball late. 23 wickets at 18, leading Pakistan in that series. It's one of the best series of Test match cricket that I had seen up to that point in my life, and it still resonates today. 11 wickets, anyone who can take 11 wickets at border deserves the crown. He was brilliant. 5 wickets here. Outstanding. The greats.
$166 for 4.
I think Viv Richards stand to be corrected, so I better not say it, but Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards scored 123 in the Test match here. I think Dijon got 100. That was his last Test 100, I think. But Viv was brilliant against the moving ball of Imran Khan. I wish some of our players were old enough to have absorbed that series.
A little reminiscing of history and greats of the game and some of the iconic matches of times gone by. Switching ends for Muhammad Ali, who will be looking to create a bit of history of his own. An entire session of left unorthodox from this end, that previous session. Now we'll reintroduce pace. Just the slip on the gully, the pace bowlers really getting much off the surface. Have a role to play, no doubt. Just need to see whether or not they get a little bit of reverse swing because of the attritional surface. So far, nothing to really write home about. Just wonder now if he'll look to attack that stump line, wicket to wicket. Another discussion about that front crease, how close he is to it. They've had an issue with no balls. That was evident in that first test. None so far in this one. He does have a deep square leg, deep fine leg, short mid wicket and mid on. So protection leg side if he opts for that straight line. Uppish, but in the gap importantly. 50 partnership for these two, albeit a little bit fortuitous.
Graves was drawn in by the fullness of length. There was some width on it. And hence he had to reach. That's one of the battles with drying up the runs and occasionally asking the batters to play away from the body. Apart from that, Muhammad Ali will then go back to attacking the stumps only with the occasional short ball in it.
Yeah, there or thereabouts. Talk to us, Bish, about the construction of a bowling spell. You're a fast bowler. You're now starting off your spell. Might be a second or a third spell. What are you thinking? What are your thought processes in terms of how you are setting things up?
On this surface, because, okay, if you get the ball nicked off behind to keeper or for the slip or gully, that's fine. But largely, most bowlers, or a lot of bowlers, will look to attack the stumps, try to bring in the boulder or the LBW, and then shift one wide. There are other guys who may say, I'm an outswing bowler, I'll go down outside the off stump, down, and then look to angle one back as a rarity. So those are two ways that you could go about it here. You could attack the stumps often and then pull the batter wide, or pull the batter's head outside the off stump and then slide one in back at the stumps. Because of the lack of pace or bounce, you want to attack the stumps, occasionally a short ball. And Muhammad Ali said, he said in an interview prior to the series, he said it doesn't matter what the pitch is. There is never a situation where he thinks, as a fast bowler, he's out of the game. He says, whatever the conditions, I've got a plan for it.
One 7-1 for 4. It is Sunday, it is the school holidays, so not much traffic flow in the nearby roads surrounding the Queen's Park Oval. Sajid Khan continues, this partnership continues to blossom. Change in personnel from long on to deep mid-wicket. Remain in the field positioning, but different personnel occupying those placements. Just with the construction of that spell or that bowling effort, Bish, how far ahead are you thinking? Is it just that 6 balls? Are you thinking the second over or third over down?
A good question, and I think when the pitches are flatter, you have to think more long-term against good batters. Simply because it's harder to breach the defenses of very good batters on flat, slower pitches. There are moments when you think that I can breach it a little bit quicker, but largely you have to space out your investigative plan. So that's the message for young ones. Got to be able to know when to attack, when to defend, how long you're attacking, and investigative spells are depending on conditions.
Trusting his defense, 50 overs into the West Indian innings, 172 for 4. 20 overs for Ali Usman, the most by any bowlers so far. Didn't start post T, giving him a little breather.
Salman Aliaga, more than useful at times when he chooses to bowl. White ball cricket, we haven't seen him with the ball in this test series, not yet anyway.
All of 4 changes for Pakistan in this playing 11. Looking to strengthen their batting more than anything else. They've struggled in that department. They've struggled away from home, 8 consecutive away test losses. That's the slide that Baba Azam is trying to halt. Haven't lost to West Indies in some 26 years in a test series. There's so many things to ponder. West Indies have the upper hand.
And Muhammad Ali will know, to your question and to your point, that he has to try to set up these two very good batters with a more long-term view. The other thing you can bring into your game on a pitch like this is what Muhammad Ali did to Shamar Joseph in the second innings in Tarouba, where he took pace off the ball and used the off-cutter for a couple of deliveries. I've often wondered why, when you see such abrasive surfaces, why more bowlers don't utilize that type of delivery. Bring in the 2 guys driving on the offside. Short extra cover and short cover.
Cleaned him up. Muhammad Ali, the man for the moment. He breaches the defenses of Shea Hope on an important strike for Pakistan. They were desperate for one and he's provided it.
Shea Hope again has his stumps hit. He's a top-class bowler, whatever the conditions. Off the inside edge, I think. But Muhammad Ali has a big heart. He never stops trying, and he deserves this luck, actually. He bowled without a lot of fortune earlier. 29 to Shea Hope, 173 for 5.
West Indies Test captain Ruston Chase will make his way out to the middle. Has been looking on quite intently for some time now.
Seam up delivery. Done a lot. Maybe just with the angle taking the inside edge. The length was very good. I think that's something I'd like to see again. What was the length of it? Looks as though it could be front edge of a good length or front half, but you cannot discount Muhammad Ali. He's mature in his thinking, mature in his execution, and he's just burgeoning his reputation on this tour.
Unrelenting and finally rewarded. Operated from both ends here at the Queen's Park Oval. Fuller length. Inside edge, caught behind as well.
Swing now, outswing. And Muhammad Ali says it as well. Even Roster Chase. So when I look back to the Shea Hope dismissal in the second innings of the first test match, to me this is the same type of delivery length. It might even be a little bit fuller, but it's in a good length and it's come back a little bit. So it's hard to play the attacking shot and very good bowling into that good length. Something that I think he has been doing brilliantly, Muhammad Ali.
Successful over, 173 for 5. Right, early inroads after tea. That's what they were after. They've gotten that wicket. And now they know they get another one quickly. They're into the lower order. Protecting the boundaries with the long one and the deep mid wicket, but they also have quite a few catchers around. And he has to finish on that line because there are only 2 fielders in front of square offside, mid-off and forward point. So he cannot afford to be wide off somewhere, just those 2 fielders far left of screen.
Trying to see that first ball to Ruston Chase. Shiny side. Has it swung to the shiny side or the rough side? It's hard to tell on that one.
Catch!
Yeah, the beauty of Test match cricket for large portions of that last session. West Indies look unperturbed, untroubled. Now things are starting to happen. Just wants him to slow down a little bit, Justin Graves. He's coming at him too quickly. Yeah, that's a loose delivery given the feel that he has. Uses his hands this time, Ubaid. 3 runs to end the over, 176 for 5. Useful contributions from the West Indian lower order in that first test, Shamar Joseph in particular. So Pakistan will remember that and they'll know that they just can't relax. But first they have to get rid of this one from this pair. working away on that ball. One side, some element of shine. The other side could be roughed up, so that they can be swing through the air. That's why he's on, Muhammad Ali. It's been a nice, boisterous crowd all throughout the day so far. Just amazing to see what a test win or a winning little period can do for the fans of West Indies cricket. Brought their coolers, their drinks, their food. They're in their merchandise, many of them. And they just want to see continued success. Yeah, many of them after that test match win at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It was the first ever test match, and they felt so proud to be part of that historic occasion. And the way the West Indies team fought and carried themselves to victory. Also to commemorate the legend that is Sir Garfield Sobers and his funeral and the 90-run win on what would have been his 90th birthday, and everything culminating to that special occasion. The challenge now is to back that up.
Partnership, very important partnership this, because you've got the bowlers to come next. So Ruston Chase knows he needs to try. They nicked him off twice to River, once with a drive and then one off a length that took the outside edge. And Muhammad Ali knows this is a battle of patience. It's not about running in and blasting out 3 or 4 wickets, but being very patient. Even as a batter in Ruston Chase has to be patient.
Mixture of different fruits, that chow. Yeah, straight, just looking to hit that front pad. Finds the bat though, 177 for 5. I'm seeing some mangoes, some pineapples, some plums. Maybe a little salt prunes in there as well, just to give it an extra flavor. There's the sauce. How much spice can you take at your own pleasure? Just whetting the appetite. Sajid Khan continues. You can forgive the big quick. He's been operating with a lot of effort. You can forgive him for that quick single. Let's see what Ruston Chase is up to against the off spinner now.
looking at the length of the last two Shea Hope dismissals in this test series. That was in Tarouba in the second innings, and then today, a little bit fuller, but still in a good length, a little wider. But that's a really good length to be bowling to him generally, to any batter.
Yeah, a little question being asked there as to whether or not Ruston Chase was in the way of the wicketkeeper trying to take the catch, or whether he was trying to protect his stumps. Yeah, just ensuring that the ball doesn't roll back onto the stump. But also ensuring that Mohammad Rizwan can't get to it. Try it until you succeed. Gets four this time, Ruston Chase.
Often you see it in white ball cricket, you see it becoming more of a part of a test match game. But what happens is that the fielder at backward point had gone to cover the ball before, so he tried it because there was a cover push 2 balls ago. That fielder came back behind point and Chase still elected to go with it.
Spoke a lot about leadership and doing what he wants his team to do, leading both on and off the field. Ruston Chase, opportunity to do it with the bat again. 183 for 5.
Entertainment has subsided for session 3. Session 2, it was all happening. Run rate, wickets, even keel. Just getting a little bit of parity between bat and ball in session 3. Muhammad Ali in the midst of a Herculean effort. From the other end, for that 5 over, then 3 over just before tea. Started back again. Too far away, Stacey Ann King, from having the ball in hand and the menacing stare.
Still able to produce one of these surprises. Ali, short rising delivery. Chased it well. Taking nothing away from the effort. Though his workload just earlier. Just in the nick of time getting all the way. He's been excellent. This test match, he's bowled on both ends. Picked up 2 wickets. The setup of Tatenarine Chanderpaul. Very well placed, and the second wicket of Shea Hope. Again, that length has been excellent from him. He picked up 5 in the last test, picked up 4 on day 1.
I think he's a good role model for some of the local fast bowlers in the West Indies. So often we talk about how placid the pitches have become. You almost find now, before the fast bowling points were introduced to our first class cricket, you'd see fast bowlers getting the writing off the ball and then 2 or 3 spinners doing all the damage. Felt like a thankless task. I'm not sure what it feels like for Muhammad Ali now, but he's persevered. He's continued to run in hard. You see, even in his 16th over, bending his back, getting that short ball high and threatening Roston Chase. And then producing a beauty. Shows discipline, being relentless as a fast bowler. You will get your reward. Delayed gratification. We saw it in the first test with 4 from the first day after a few drop chances. Don't think you want to put it down. $183 for 5.
Another maiden for Muhammad Ali. Has bowled 3 of them in his spell of 16. Picked up those 2 wickets as mentioned. Was leading the seam attack. Mohamed Abbas, so the workload is on him.
He's always threatening with a partnership. Having that partnership takes the game away. I don't feel the game is still in the balance somewhat. 183 for 5. Will this be the partnership? It's probably the last recognized partnership between 2 batters. In low order that is capable of blocking. Tricky pitch. What have you enjoyed about the bowling effort from Pakistan today?
I thought the first over spin from Usman. Saw that delivery just rip, just turn and bounce on the surface.
Catch it!
Yeah, I thought what we saw from Usman can't stay out of the action here. You almost think as though something is always going to happen. Sajid has been impressive as well. At one point you thought it was just going to be the 1 over from Usman to change ends for Muhammad Ali, because he did come from the further end after that change was made. And then the rains came down after the fall of the wicket of Tejarai Chandapal. But they decided to go backward spin. And for me, that was the game changer, and that's what I enjoyed, like seeing how the pitch has played, how spin has taken its role on the surface. It's not something we're accustomed to seeing on day 1 of a test. It's another maiden. West Indies 183 for 5.
Muhammad Ali picking the bowlers so far with 2 wickets, but everyone has made their presence felt. Muhammad Ali gave the skipper a stare. Ubaid Shah gave the umpire's cap. I don't want to stare from Muhammad Ali. So it's him again. So good. So good. Heard Ian Bishop talk about spreading your deliveries. When do you go for that Jaffa that's supposed to be the wicket-taking delivery? See the lengths there, 57%. Just the odd bouncer to keep the batter's feet scrambled, and then the 20% when he's gone a little bit fuller, looking for the drive. I think somewhere in that 20% was the wicket of Shea Hope. Fantastic grouping of deliveries and showing the build-up and the patience.
And so often you see him bowl those deliveries where obviously he leaves the right-handed batter, but then he'll shape a few in. He'll bowl wicket to wicket just to challenge them. Then a few deliveries going away.
Yeah, he's been disciplined, but he's also been very clever. So let's not forget the skill set and the awareness in this spell. It's not just been a toil, it's been of high skill. Just wondering. 3 balls in. It was meant to be his last over, the last over he bowled. So you're just feeling there will be that wicket-taking delivery that he'll bowl. Potentially full and wide, potentially just switching the shine and trying to get it to come back into the right-hander, where you feel as though he's setting up Roston Chase for something. It feels as though he has 3 balls to make an impact before he's pulled from the attack.
I just wonder if that stare that you spoke about at the start of the over was just to say that give me 1 more over. I can do it for you, skipper. Takes a lot of effort.
And I think it may be this ball, because he's had 3 balls on a really good length. He's dragged Roston Chase into bringing his hands away from his body, and then he's gone with the effort ball last delivery. And here the effort. Is this the delivery? What do you have in your arsenal? This is fast bowling. This is entertainment on what seems a quite placid pitch. One more designed for spin, albeit on day 1. Muhammad Ali has a walking it on the shoulder. No fast bowler hitting his traps when the follow through ends just in front of the batter. Muhammad Ali will be banking on another one. This is a testing period for the West Indies. Talk about what is that next period of trepidation. This is it. Muhammad Ali's spell. Getting through this ball, potentially another over from him. Another maiden, another over of high skill. 183 for 5.
And 3 maidens. The last 3 overs bowled. Effort from Muhammad Ali. 5 maidens to him.
The effort of a champion, the name of a champion, Muhammad Ali, doing his name justice. A Herculean effort with ball in hand. on his haunches, just about done. The importance of having that seamer from the other end. I thought it was well done from Babarazam. You just break up the spin. Sometimes it can feel as though the game is getting away with spin after spin. It just changes the pace from the other end. Asks the batters to be on their guard with the fast bowler, threatening the livelihood. And then you're asking them from the other end to settle in and let the ball come a lot longer and contend with lateral movement. So it's different challenges every over.
There was a run being scored in the last 3 overs and these 3 deliveries so far. It also will put the 2 batters in the middle in a mindset that they might or they need to just rotate the strike. Just sort of to change things, because it has been the same bowlers bowling to the batters on either end without a single being scored so far. So getting accustomed. I just want to switch it up a bit and possibly get Sargent to bowl a chase.
Oh, no.
Hear the chirp in the stump mic. Here Pakistan feeling as though they're coming into the game. Finally a run for the West Indies, run to Graves. Run to end the over, 184 for 5. Finally a run, first for 4 overs. Change in bowling. Chilean Muhammad Ali takes a break. He goes off the field, potentially change jersey. Put his feet up maybe for an over. He's replaced by the debutant, Ubaid Shah. Strange to see a fast bowler bowling in long sleeves, but did get a wicket with his first ball of the last spell. And there has been considerable pressure built from Sajid Khan and Muhammad Ali. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous from Justin Graves.
What a way to welcome Ubaid Shah for another spell. Pitched up and driven back firmly. Ubaid Shah has a stare at the batter.
And this has been good Test cricket, because Graves and Chase just batted 3 maidens on the trot with a single off the last ball of what would have been the 4th maiden. They absorb the pressure, and as soon as the new bowler comes into the attack, they transfer that pressure back onto him. 4 first ball, single second ball. So it's been good cricket, it's been good awareness of the situation, good respect for the skill and show from the opposition. You know, they're looking to take that momentum and thrust it back onto the opposition.
Unlucky. That's what Chase will be thinking, but Exceptional feeling at that backward point region. Sort of in the line of fire.
Not the best viewing ground played here in club cricket and international cricket. He's at a point where he'd be looking into the big screen, which is covered in red, white and black. The dark red ball on the evening, quite difficult to pick up. Made a good save of it nonetheless. Justin Graves has held his poise throughout his innings so far. In tough situations, he's always been taking the positive option, not attacking, positive. Defends, can he get a single? If he can't, accepts that it's a dot, sees the bowler out, sees the over off. Slightly off line or length. Used what has been a lovely, fast outfield to play some pristine strokes and get full value for them. Another over completed, 190 for 5, and it's time for drinks. Ralphie versus Imam versus Sajid, and Ralphie wins. West Indies 190 for 5. An innings where everyone has gotten a start. Brandon King has been the standout along with Justin Graves, who's still not out on 46.
All the wickets, all the bowlers in the wickets. Mohammad Ali standing out with 2 for 49 from his 17 overs. These are the wickets to fall in today's play. Kesharan Chandapal caught in the deep. Mohammad Ali, the bowler. This one was reviewed. Pitch it in line, impact in line, and it did show that it was hitting, so decision had to be overturned. Spin again coming into play, and excellent work from Mohammad Rizwan. Anticipating that sweep shot. Django was the next wicket to fall, just guiding that delivery down the leg side, and then Shea Hope. It has been an exceptional bowling spell from the Pakistan bowlers. A wicket in every session so far.
We've had a few good performances for the. One of the standouts have been Ralphie, veteran at the Queen's Park Oval, a real entertainer. Busybody. Running out, Imam, Sajid, Ralphie for the win. Always with a smile on his face as well. Bubbly character. Who wins the battle between Colin and Ralphie? Colin, our song guy, versus Ralphie, the magician apparently. The broom under spell. Sajid Khan hoping to spell of his own. There's Colin just preparing for a monumental battle versus Ralphie. Spotted. We spoke about West Indies having another period where they'd have to see it through. They had a couple of overs before where Pakistan bowlers were on it. Muhammad Ali was at the bottom of the back of a spell, back end of a spell. They've gone through that period. Is this the period now in this last hour or so where they transfer the pressure? Or does Pakistan have something else in their arsenal to throw at the West Indies? Put your captaincy hat on, Stacey, and you're in the Pakistan camp. How do you finish this last hour?
I think it's going to be spin for me. Pace has been expensive. They've leaked a few boundaries here and there. Usman has bowled 20 overs, 1 for 48. Sergeant 1 for 36. But what they've done is just kept things a lot more quiet compared to the seamers. Might not have created the opportunities, but dot balls. Good! Opportunities, and one is pushed just wide out the field.
$193 for 5.
West Indies 193 for 5. Graves approaching what would be a well-played half-century.
deep third, being positioned maybe for the short ball, a couple fielders deep leg side. So that's perhaps the thinking now. They did have some issues in that Sri Lanka series, Mali. You were there looking on at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Was struck on the finger a couple times, eventually fell to a short delivery, caught behind. So they've identified something here again and looking to exploit it. They're doing that though. I'd like to see someone with the helmet close by so you just can't fend it off.
What was really good about that short barrage of short balls from the Sri Lankans to chase, they were very accurate indeed. Right on the money. It's a tall guy, Ruston Chase. It's just a bit too high. Wide signal by umpire Kettleborough. You think back, it was Asita Fernando that really caused them a lot of problems with that short ball. Not the tallest of fast bowlers, Fernando, but the bouncer was right on the money. Just about that badge. Chase got into a bit of problems looking to ride the bounce with high hands. Here he's just played it a little bit better in terms of getting under these short balls, but they've, as you said, Sammy, they've targeted this area to him.
Yeah, that sat up nicely for him, a comfortable height for Ruston Chase, and he dealt with that competently.
Yeah, that one didn't get too high, did it? Almost about waist height. As we said, Ruston Chase about 6'4", so he's a tall guy. Used all his height there, just standing tall. And you don't expect Ubaid Shah to be the finished article just yet in his first test match, so his accuracy, you expect, will improve as his career moves on. What he has shown is that a genuine wicket-taking ability at first-class level. He's going round the wicket now.
Takes it on again. Has protection, so just a single. 199 now for the West Indies. Greaves has shown great resilience in this innings. Has shown great composure. It's been a nice little period for Justin Greaves in Test match cricket, coming from that New Zealand series into Sri Lanka, into this one. Continues to embellish his reputation in this format. Single, very well run. We were talking about Ruston Chase and his travails against the short ball man.
This was against Sri Lanka. Have a look at that. Right on the money. Ball just on the badge. Accurate bounces indeed there, looking to use his height off the ground. He said he's 6'4", 6'5", a tall guy. Once again, hands very high. This was the dismissal. A very accurate short delivery, taking the outside edge. Once again, jumping upon impact.
Past 200 now, the West Indies. Teams intent on taking it on, maybe because of the lack of bounce on the surface. His fastest today, just a shade under 140. That's one of the reasons why he's been including in this lineup, because of the lack of penetration. I suppose extra pace, because they were quite penetrative, the fast bowlers, in that first test. Abbas got 8 wickets and he's not in the starting 11. So maybe the extra pace, another quick single. It was off balance, so he didn't get any power in the throw. moves closer to that landmark, Justin Graves. 49 now, 202 for 5. Dr. Dinis Bayer making his way out to provide some sort of support and relief to Justin Graves. Just upon completing that run, that last bit of stretch, extra reach, wonder exactly where getting treatment. Looks as though it's the thigh area.
Could be the thigh or up near that hip flexor, possibly. He's so important to this West Indian lineup, Justin Graves. You illustrated just how important he's been in his 18th, well, this is his 18th test match. He already had 4 Player of the Match awards. So it'll be important that he can come through here, approaching a half century. It's been absolutely superb.
Yeah, whilst Justin Graves receives some treatment there, the West Indies team were doing a lot of good work, and they visited a charitable organization. Let's have a closer look.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here. I am Dr. Dindial. I am a pediatric oncologist at Mount Hope. Thanks so much for facilitating. These are all, well, kids that have cancer, so leukemia, and this is their dream to meet you all. So we just want to say thank you very much for this opportunity, and you made their life a little happy today with these pictures. So we're part of the Just Because Foundation that is dedicated towards children with cancer. And with me, I have Ms. Siobhan Joseph, who's the co-founder of the Just Because Foundation. We at the foundation, our main goal is to help children with cancer in Trinidad and Tobago. I just want to say special thanks to the West Indies cricket team for, taking time off their busy schedule to provide support and bring some joy to these children. So we thank you very much for that.
Really wonderful stuff by these gentlemen, spreading that cheer and joy, and really good work by the Just Because Foundation as well, so that those kids are taken care of. And that's part of what sport does. It really unifies, it really gives people hope, great hope. Nice to see that the West Indian team is involved in these types of initiatives. And we're still getting some level of treatment. He's trapping that thigh area quite heavily now. I wonder how much that impacts his bowling a little bit later on. Mali was integral in that test victory at the Barnard Cricket Academy. No runners involved or allowed now in the modern game.
Been integral to this West Indian team with bat, ball, catches superbly in the slips as well. This allows this team to balance itself at times depending on conditions. Just one away from a half century, Graves, and as you said, may affect his running. He had to be helped up on his feet. Another fantastic initiative here by Cricket West Indies. Kids are free under 16 for all matches in the West Indies home series. The summer holidays, hopefully during the week, we'll get to see quite a few of the next generation, possibly, of West Indian cricketers piling into the Queen's Park Oval. He's got the wrong shirt on, though. Love to see that maroon and yellow. Vibrant, expectant, knowledgeable crowd here at the Queen's Park Oval, providing quite a nice atmosphere. Wonder who she's talking about. Maybe you, Sammy B. She stayed for the eye candy. Fantastic to see.
Just trying to keep their spirits up, Pakistan. West Indies, they've done really well in recent times in their first innings. For 400 on 3 occasions, 311 in that first innings of the first test. So it's been a wonderful little period for them from a batting perspective, an area where they struggled quite a lot. There are quite a few academies will come through. That's the North Zone women's cricket team. What they've done is that they've issued tickets for the academies in this part of the island so that they will have access to the test match, and for the game at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the southern and central academies were afforded the opportunity. Good testing over so far from Sajid. You know that he's on 49. They don't want to give him an easy single, and also keep an eye on his running between the wickets. So Chase wants to get him the single, but he has to remember, might just be struggling a little bit. You don't want to press him immediately.
Have a struggle pushing off that leg in terms of his running.
A third test match half century, or second test match half century, to go along with 3 centuries for Justin Graves. Very well constructed innings.
Got a very sound technique, as sound a technique as you see in this West Indian top 6. End of the over, 204 for 5.
Every one of the West Indian batters have gotten into double figures. Just one has gone on to get a half century, Justin Graves, so far. Ali Usman back into the attack. We haven't seen him since the tea interval. Ball unchanged between lunch and tea.
Yeah, he bowled 20 overs prior to this one, Ali Usman. Thought he was very good, could have had a few more as well. He was a constant threat.
Sort of a stifle appeal. Uncertain. Don't think that they'll convince Baba Azam to take the review. He's not opting for it, but some vicious turn.
Slightly slower, tossed up by Usman Ali. And it's where we've seen the most purchase from him, when he's just slowed that ball up at times. Have a look at that, giving that one a fantastic air. Look at that seam position, just angling away from the right-handed chase.
Side the line of off stump. Tempted because of that vacant backward square region. One on the boundary there. If he gets enough bat on it, it could go for 4. The short fine leg though, top edge could be perilous. A little bit faster to end the maiden over. 204 for 5. Another test match half century for Justin Graves, who has a good conversion rate. That's in the air. Did it go to hand? I think it did. Baba Azam wasn't able to hold on. That's precisely why he's positioned there. Chance goes a begging.
Does it went to him very quickly indeed, almost snatched that one. Did Babar Azam, as you said, Sam, he's there exactly for that.
Did go quickly to him, had to have cat-like reflexes. Have a look at this at full speed. It has to stick, doesn't it? Fortunately, in and out.
Both these right-handers aren't the biggest of sweepers. Brings a position like that into play for Babar Azam. He'd expect to take that at this level though.
There's some bat on that. Really asking some questions here. Sajid Khan. From inside edge, bottom edge to the pad. Could so easily have gone anywhere as well. $205 for 5. Only 9.5 overs possible in the full session. Tantalizing, isn't it, Mali?
Certainly is. It's been a fantastic day of Test cricket here. Slightly different style of Test cricket to what we saw in that previous Test match, but engrossing nonetheless. Just there, tossed up. Have a look at the speed, 78 Ks. Every time he just tosses that a bit higher. gets a bit more purchase off this pitch. Playing a miss from Greaves. Luckily for him, doesn't take the outside edge. Usman Ali, I think he's been very good. He's been a bit unlucky, but he's provided that control from the media center end.
I really like the shape of the delivery. It's a parabolic trajectory. It's flighted up and then it drops on you, maybe a little bit quicker than you think, and then there's turn off the surface. This is top class finger spin bowling. Rarely is he giving you anything that's overpitched or short. He knows he can't afford to be offline as well with the feel that he has leg side, so has to be accurate. And then he just slides one a little bit quicker. You can see that one rushing Justin Greaves.
Very subtle variation, isn't it? Almost not visible to the naked eye. Nothing really changes, just gives it an extra flick with those fingers.
Maiden over, 205 for 5. Just 4 bowlers used by Pakistan today. Usman with the most overs. Sajid Khan continues. And they infiltrate the defenses of Ruston Chase or Justin Greaves. They want one. Either will do.
One wicket here, and as you said, they're into the bowlers. They'd think, hey, we can bowl this West Indies team out for 250, 260 possibly. They'll be happy with a score like that, the first innings score such as that.
Ruston Chase saw that chance of Greaves in the last over, and so he's looking to use more bat, not just looking to prod and push. He gets more bat on it, less of a chance of him getting caught close by would be his thinking. Just like that.
Looking to play the ball more up in front. That chance that went to Babar Azam, he looked to turn it behind square. There, just used more of his reach as well. Maybe around 6'1", 6'2", Justin Greaves. Quite a tall guy as well.
.208 for 5. Bird's eye view of the city. Queen's Park Oval in the distance. Mandela Park. One just a little bit fuller than he would have liked. But again, nice and slow and tossed up.
The Amazons, the green Amazons, on their way somewhere, maybe for a perch for the evening. Very noisy birds here. We hear them a lot up at where we're staying at the Hilton, but very beautiful indeed.
That's the length. And you get it to bite from that length.
Line as well, it's straighter. So that first delivery you would have bowled this morning, just spinning off the straight. If you can get a similar type delivery to Greaves here. Greaves definitely has the technique. We've seen that. Can bat anywhere in this top six. We've seen him at the top of the innings in white ball cricket. The technique that translates throughout this batting order.
One did bite from the surface, not dissimilar to the dismissal of Brandon King earlier today. Whether it was pitching outside leg or doing too much. Also maybe a little bit high.
Very similar delivery to the one that dismissed Brandon King. That one probably just pitched outside leg. But getting it to spin off the straight once again. That one going on with the arm. So another good testing over this from Usman. 2 runs from it. It's 210 for 5.
Partnerships for the West Indies, just one above 50, Greaves and Hope. One at the start, 49 to set things up. And they convert this partnership to a triple figure one. West Indies would be very pleased if they can. Tajid Khan continues. Deliberately trying to play the ball in front of square a lot more now, these two. Not looking to turn it. That's where the opportunity came a couple overs ago.
Must be said, Pakistan have been superb in this final session so far. All spinners on the money, very accurate, not providing any boundary balls really. Ali, he was superb as well in his spell. Almost led the way for Pakistan, and the spinners have followed him quite nicely.
Where Baba Azam is lurking. Just in that leg, slip leg gully area for that type of turn. Couple fielders there. Salman Aliaga is looking at the angle. To be fair, it doesn't look as though Baba is going to take anything in that region. Still positioned there. Pulled away for 4. Too short and too easy for Justin Graves. 214 for 5.
Fantastic shot that from Justin Graves. Once again, picking length very early. Just slightly short from Sajid Khan. And that short leg had to take evasive action. Very good batting indeed from the tall Barbadian.
Silly point in place now instead of short leg. It's a nice shot. He didn't overhit it at all, Ruston Chase, and placed to perfection.
I finished the previous over, the last ball with a boundary, and continuing on. Silly point in play, but backs himself, uses his height, uses the crease as well, and punches through the offside. Adjustment from Usman, who pulls the length back.
A little bit agricultural there for a moment, but it dribbles into the ropes ahead of Ubaid Shah. But he wasn't really in control of the shot, so to speak. He was aiming somewhere straightish up mid-wicket.
The spinners have choked these two batters for some time and just sort of releasing things. This spear, Captain Chase. Partnership rolls on to 49.
Go back to 2 balls ago. That was badly lined. I hope he hasn't hurt himself, Ruston.
Yeah, a few deliveries ago, Ruston Chase just coming off the toe of the bat. Not on full control, but the intent was clear.
I was going to say, I just wonder how much of it was caused by the silly point coming in as opposed to keeping the short leg. Now he's got a different player in his eye line. And I often wonder, why not have a silly point or the left arm orthodox? 50 partnership comes up from 111 balls. 2-2-3 for 5.
Contributions from both these batters as they bring up a 50-run partnership. 26 from Chase, 23 from Graves.
Nice. Multiple runs. I think the ball seemed to have spun a little bit less this session. Not that it's not spinning at all. Occasionally you get the big spinner. Bleeding? I think it's, yeah, it is bleeding, I think, that bottom lip. Ball ricocheted off the pad up onto that bottom lip. I think, yeah, it's bleeding, definitely bleeding. So opportunity now to have a pause in play.
And the boy next side.
Justin Graves has gone well, 58 to him. Ruston Chase has settled into an innings partnership, 52. Been very solid, Justin Graves.
Another test half century to him. He's been solid with his shot selection, his drives, his composure. A 58 from 111 delivery, so he spent time as well. So scoring against spin and seam. There are 4 bowlers used for Pakistan, 2 seam, 2 spin. Mohammad Ali, seamer, picked up 2, 1 apiece for the others.
Long-standing workers here at the Queen's Park Oval. Ralphie has been here since I was a child, almost. He's a football referee in his spare time. He'll tell you all of that, Stacey Ann King. He's been working assiduously, and he's a fan favorite and a player's favorite as well. And he loves it, he relishes it. But such a joy to see him still in good health and good fettle. He's been an institution almost here as part of the ground staff over the decades. Many years ago, he had another moment. Wheels literally came off. Pay big money for that in American sports, halftime entertainment, interludes. Alfie does it for free.
Bit of wasting his talent.
Key period though, key period as the light starts to wane towards the end of day one of this test match. As he said, the ball has spun less. It's not that it hasn't turned off the surface. There we go, another opportunity where it has spun. So you want to be able to get more significant score than 250 if you can, if you're allowed to, if you're the West Indies.
I like the drift reliant sort of change ups to 25 for 5.
Long-standing facility has been refurbished and remodeled, the Queen's Park Oval. In days when there used to be a cycle track, a cycling track around. Cycling track used to be around the periphery of the boundary. You'd sit there, established in 1891. Prior to the cycle track, it was just the grass banks, and people would come and sit on the grass banks. The stands would be absolutely packed with people. They'd spill onto the grass banks. Said Stacey, my first international match, 1977, I sat in the triple-decker stand right next to this commentary box. Came with a family friend who loved the game. Watched the excellent Colin Croft, 8 for 29. The late Wasim Raja. Call it the schoolboy stand, I think, and we would sit right in the top chair, and that's where I learned the game, understood in the embryonic stages of how fascinating this game could be in its longest format, 1977. Never forgot it. Good enough, that leg to get down there, but he's still hobbling now, Graves. He had to put in the big ones, and he has had to pause.
Memories, a few guests in for that quick single. Turns, you see him sort of hold that left hip.
The precision on that shot is something that you practice over and over and over again. It's like threading a needle.
I think this is just a change of strategy. The trajectory just a bit flatter, and able to get inside the line, Ruston Chase, to make room to score on that offside. Just angling the body.
Target himself could come around the wicket as an option. He doesn't have to. 230 for 5.
Earlier on, we mentioned Colin and Ralphie running 50 meter, I guess. These are the two gentlemen on screen. Who's your money on?
Ralphie has it covered. I didn't expect this actually, not those two on screen, but the angle, I mentioned it at the end of the last over. Round the wicket is an option for Sajid Khan. He has come round the wicket. And what he can do here is open up the outside edge as well as the inside edge. Sam. So Salman Aliaga also loosening up at first slip there. There is number 67. I wonder if he'll have a trundle.
I don't mind the angle, actually, from Sajid. And he'll try to bowl stump to stump and just use that sort of drift. And hope for one that holds and straightens the line. With his dad. Another shout of catch it and it lands safely. No run taken though. At the end of 72, 2-3-2 for 5.
Muhammad Ali, the pick of the bowlers. Now Salman Aliaga into the attack. Not the worst, 20 wickets in test match cricket. First ball of this series. Long on in, please.
Last ball, last over. Played uppish. Past the captain.
Like that line, I like that line because it took him outside the off-stump roster and Chase looking for the drive. It's a more typical test line from Salman Aliaga. Again, and that's what he's looking for. He's looking for that authentic spin back into the inside edge or through the gate.
Yeah, flight. Just gets Ruston Chase to play something out of the ordinary.
Drift on it as well, drifted away and then spun back. The light is fading, Stacey. The light is fading quickly as the sun goes down in the west. Don't know how much longer play can go on for, even with the spinners operating. batsman hasn't bowled from the Brian Lara Pavilion in at all. Some point in the innings, I wonder whether they'll switch him around maybe tomorrow if needed. Good partnership this, again, 2-3-6 for 5. Having a discussion, no doubt, about light. They are the sole determinants of what is good light and bad light. Usually, in times gone past, it asked the players no more. They make the decision. This is the key. This is the key. This little period here. West Indies want to keep their wicket intact. Pakistan want one for the end of play.
I like the speeds of the Sajid. Last delivery 77 kilometers per hour, but he sort of varies it and goes a lot flatter, almost like he's targeting those foot marks from the seamers. Oh. That delivery just faster, so good on Chase to work that delivery into the leg side.
Yeah, you're right, Stacey, and the power with which he's worked it, it takes the short leg out of play because it goes so quickly. Now inside edge onto thigh pad could bring him into play. Now he's pushed back a little bit because of the power with which that push has been made. Not impossible if you hit it straight up a short leg, but hitting it with pace and power increases your opportunity. 2-3-9 for 5.
I think this may be closer play. Greets our little stint here, Carlos, with the players going off the field. This partnership, 66 off 141 deliveries between Graves and Chase. Pakistan wouldn't be too disappointed with how this day's play has transpired so far. What do you make of it, Carlos?
Yeah, I think it's the first day reminiscent of probably being in Pakistan. We probably transferred these scores to Multan and it wouldn't look out of place at all. We saw appreciable spin on day one. We saw batters fighting, using their options, whether it's getting down the track, playing forward and running back, punching, sweeping. And a couple partnerships at the back end of the day, especially this one, 66, at a good rate of knots. It's been good to watch. Everyone has got in. It feels like a pitch you can get in, but can you go on? Brandon King failed to do so. He had a good start with 46, but as we've seen in the first test, Justin Graves' demand for the moment, he's on 64. Found a good partnership with Shea Hope, and now a good partnership unbroken so far with Roston Chase. Talking about those partnerships, 49 at the top, good opening stand, and then Graves with Hope 53, Graves and Chase 66 unbeaten.
For a line from football, I thought Muhammad Ali led the line very well with his 17 overs, 2 wickets. Ubaid, Usman and Sajid also chipped in with 1. And Salman, we just seen the 1 over from Ali Aga. This is the highlights after tea. It was Graves and Hope that came to the crease, the 2 Barbadians. Started well, a bit of an outside edge there. And a fantastic delivery to remove Shea Hope. Once again, that ball coming into the right-hander, just posing a few problems. Brought the skipper to the crease. He brought out that reverse. Tried it a couple times. Was peppered with a few short deliveries as well, but he weathered that storm. Justin Graves, he just continues to amaze. A fantastic cricketer indeed. Fantastic all-round cricketer. That sharp single there brought up his second half century at this level. Also had a few problems with that thigh, just affected his running towards the back end of his innings, but he just continued to play within himself at times, use the pace outside that off stump. They're celebrating that half century. That was a sharp chance. Babar Azam would probably think he should take that. But he was always looking to put pressure back onto the spinners. Anything just slightly short, both these batters look to put away. That was a bit agricultural from Roston Chase, but a fantastic result nonetheless. 4 runs. That was a good stroke, using all his reach, accessing the offside. Brilliant timing, this partnership, 66 and counting. That first session, a truncated session, just 9.5 overs. Have a look at that run rate, just below 5s. That 1 wicket of Tej Chandapal. From a Pakistan perspective, they managed to pick wickets up in every session. That second session proving to be their most fruitful. 3 for 116, and they provided a lot of control in that third session, making the West Indies work just a little bit harder for those runs. The covers are coming onto the field now, just confirming that it's close of play here on day 1. Have a look at that, Justin Graves, 64 not out. As you said, Carlos, every batter getting a bit of a start. But can anyone go big? It remains to be seen. Justin Graves, the standout player for the West Indies so far. 239 for 5, but now we go down to Gerard down on field with one of the West Indian players.
We have got Brandon King with me. Brandon, let's start with your performance. What did you really do in the next to ensure that you came here to put on a better batting performance?
I mean, it's a similar approach that we have in all training sessions, but I find that the nets that we had in training were very similar to how the wicket played in the game. So that was good preparation for us, and we just tried our best to approach it positively.
Those crucial partnerships, of course, firstly, Shea Hope and Justin Graves, and Justin Graves with the captain, Roston Chase. How important were they for this team's day's play?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, they've been batting well, in recent tests, and it's good to see that continue in this one. Obviously, we needed a big partnership there, and they really came through in the later part of the day.
And going into tomorrow, what do you expect your batsmen to produce?
Hopefully, more of the same from recent, events. Hopefully, Justin and Roston can carry it, even further, and both of them make hundreds would be nice.
Any particular target you're eyeing?
No, I just think a big first innings total, as big as possible, will be good for us. You can see the wicket has started to spin already, so it's probably going to be difficult to bat last.
Thank you so much, Brandon.
Thank you.
So a truncated day 1 here at the Queen's Park Oval. We had a bit of a rain delay early this morning, and bad light has ended play slightly earlier than anticipated. We'll start tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll be on air at 9 a.m. and the first ball will be bowled at 9:30. So tune in for day 2 action. But for now, we'll take a break, and after that, we'll have some post-day analysis.